Hello, my computer duders. It's going to be just a minute. Steam has to restart. Well, that's awkward. I wanted to play Rimworld, but it can't sync with the cloud. Oh wait, here we go. All I had to do was try to play it and then quit out of it. Huh. Computer spirits were not appeased, I guess. I need to sacrifice a chicken nugget and half a ram stick from 1990. At the risk of sounding old, I remember when having 32 megs of RAM was a big deal. Or, like, there was a sweepstakes. There's a contest you could enter on the box of Marathon 2 for Windows, where if you won, the prize was 128 megs of RAM. I was like, 128 megs of RAM? What's anybody gonna do with that much RAM? Ain't no way. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't no game gonna use 128 megs of RAM. That's too many megs. Too many RAMs. I think I had like 16 at that time. 8 or 16. I think I had 16. 2 6 of 8. I thought that was hot shit until I found out there were people with 32 megs. Then 128 megs fucking broke my brain. Some of you might be saying, Hamdad, why didn't you use your time before the stream, before 7 o'clock, to update Rimworld and launch the game and do all this stuff? To which I say, shut up. Shut up. Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. I had a JAV open in the background. Oh no, now the internet knows I look at Japanese boobies. Everyone's gonna find out that I have patrician taste. Oh well. It's weird. My headphones just turned themselves off. I don't think that's supposed to happen. Let me switch video input. Maybe they timed out. So, funny thing happened. Nobody's here yet to listen to me, but this will appear on the VOD. I'll probably talk about it more when people are in the room. But I was browsing products on Amazon, and I just started to get upset for some reason. I was surprised at myself. I mean, that's not normally an emotional experience, but I was looking at all this cool shit coming out of China. I'm like, why don't we make this? I could think of, like, in most cases, 1 or 0 American equivalents of some of these products. Like, oh, nope, that killed it. Like, for example, on earbuds, what do we have for high quality American earbuds? We have, like, Apple AirPods, and that's it. Everything else comes from China, and even if it's an American brand, it's just rebranded Chinesium. And Chinesium isn't the insult it used to be. A lot of their stuff is still lacking in quality, but electronics are from reputable brands, which do exist in China. It's the same as you would get from like Xiaomi or Lenovo. They make good stuff. Same as you get from like South Korean electronics companies are almost Japanese quality. Why aren't we doing more of that? I know the answer. It's rhetorical. It's because we outsourced all of our industry. It's just depressing that they're drinking our milkshake and we're just shoveling our money into their gaping maw and making them stronger. It's not that potential doesn't exist to be competitive. Apple's an American company. They do their manufacturing in China, though. Never mind. Fuck. But they do show that you can have a U.S. designed product. We can do the design here, and we can still be competitive at a reasonable cost. And they're $99, but a lot of higher end earbuds are. We just don't do it. We just let China step in and do everything for us. I'm not really content with that. If at least we were doing most of the design work in the world, but we're not. We're doing some of the best. Like Boston Dynamics is better than any Japanese robot company. But there should be like 5 or 6 Boston Dynamics equivalents in America, and there's one. I guess that'll change with the new humanoid robot industries emerging. I would just like to buy cool shit that comes from... Also, their shoes. Chinese shoes are on another whole fucking level. They look way fucking cooler than anything that's American made. Probably the durability is not as good. But the designs, I mean... I'm really getting tired of just Nike slop. Oh good, all the correct mods are already installed. It saves me some time. Well, we're gonna get back to Darkwood, I swear. It's just a man can only tolerate getting his fudge packed so hard for so long. Where he says, you know what, maybe there's something that's more to life than getting my ass fucked. Like those guys in that meme video. Hey, oh shit, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Our daddies taught us not to be ashamed of our dicks. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not making this up. This didn't come from me. Specifically, you should probably watch the Neoners dub. And any minute now. This is just a notoriously CPU-heavy game, and loading is no exception. Loading takes fucking forever in Rimworld, which is one of the... I consider that a gameplay feature. It discourages save scumming. I have been prevented from save scumming in the past in this game just because I remembered how fucking long it would take me to wait for the game to load again. To be fair, it's loading a lot of information. Like all the different stats for every pawn, and I've got like 100 now. You're going to hear me complain a lot throughout the night about how slow it runs, and I don't really have any footing to be complaining about that, considering how many pawns I'm keeping. I should probably get rid of some of them, but I can't. They're like pets. I can't bear to do that. You get attached. It's silly. You get attached to the funny little computer people. I remember I remember some of the ones that made an impression on me in the past, from past playthroughs. I remember my first pawns. I remember one named Real, Reale, who I abducted after defeating his medieval settlement, and augmented him with cybernetics, and then eventually um, had to put him down because he was really diseased, and I felt really bad for it because I checked his bio, and one of his tabs was kindness. He's an especially kind person, and I betrayed him. And it completely changed how I played the game from that point onward. And that's when I realized, oh shit, Rimworld is like a personality test, kind of. And it teaches you things about yourself that you didn't know. And it puts you in situations that shape how you behave going forward. I mean, if you're a certain type of player. Other types of players will just remorselessly cannibalize and harvest organs and whatnot, which is even more fucked up now because in the DLC, in version 1.4 of the game in general, there's childbirth. Pawns can reproduce with each other and produce children, so now children are subject to war crimes also, which you'll know if you've watched any Ambiguous Amphibian videos. Okay, here's one of the new things in my Rimworld map. Let's look at the globe. I have colonized the desert as far as south as I could get with the highest temperatures on average because I wanted to try hot weather survival. I will also have, of course, my ice cap base, which is fully populated now. Y'all know that I also almost completely finished my nature dome, which now has benches, park benches, for relaxing and watching the water. I don't have any ducks yet. I don't know if there are ducks in this game. I got rid of all the Starship reactors because they only produce 3,000 watts each. The 3 kilowatts is pitiful. Everything is now powered by this single nuclear reactor. I have a little backup reactor in case anything happens to this one. I also have way more battery than I used to because I need a lot of backup power so I have time to reload fuel into the reactor as the fuel gets old and needs replenishment. Not much is different here, except that I'm building a desert dome. You can't see it because the sand is covered with snow. This is going to be a hot dome. It's going to run at 85 degrees, I think. 85 to 90 degrees, probably 90. Unless that gives some heat stroke. It's just going to be a resort dome. Also, I might make it a beach dome. I might make like half of it water. Zulu, I wish I could reward you more. You want another habitat? You've really been with the channel a long time. I can really count on you. So not much has changed at the ice cap. A lot has changed at the moon base. Here's the moon base now. I don't think you guys have seen this yet. Moon based, more like it. As you can see, I eliminated 4 farming areas. This used to be farmland here, 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 and here, in order to double the amount of apartments to 132 in total, a little bit more than double. And I did that because having 8 farming areas was producing way the fuck too much food. Way too much food for the 64 colonists that lived there. So it's like I could make this base support more than twice as many people. I only really need 4 farming areas, and how I'm doing that is these 2 areas. This is meat farming. This is synthetic plant-based meat, like Beyond Burgers. This is eventually going to be wheat farm. Right now it's a cotton farm because I need to produce carpet for the new apartments. And then this is radially divided like a pizza into pizza slice shaped plots for different crops. So each one of these grows 6 different crops arranged around the core in the lower upper left and lower right hand corner. You can see it more clearly here, which I think is aesthetic as fuck. I'm growing devil strands so everybody can finally have clothing. I didn't really give any thought to clothing until I realized most of their unhappiness is just being embarrassed about being naked all the time. Most of my colonists now don't have a brain chip anymore because I wanted to see how happy they actually were. If they have a brain chip, they're just happy all the time, which it was necessary early on because they were living in some seriously gnarly conditions. Especially the early moon base was kind of a dump and barely habitable. But now I want to see how well I'm actually doing at the game. So I have a lot of colonists who just don't have a nerve staple, and I can see that they're content. They're mostly happy, which means I'm doing a good job of meeting their needs. That's really the interesting part of this exercise, is trying to build an artificial living space that meets all of the various needs of human beings, which are quite diverse. For example, I have 3 different meal types, because some people are carnivores. They only want to eat meat. Some people want to eat meat and vegetable. They're omnivores. Some people are vegetarians and only want to eat vegetarian meals. So I have to make all 3. I can't just make one. And these have to be lavish meals to give them the maximum mood boost, so they're as happy as they possibly can be. And I have, of course, a Soylent dispenser here as a backup in case I'm running low. There have been emergencies where I miscalculated early on, and I had to import food in the form of packaged survival meals. Those were dark times. Living on the moon is more difficult than it seems. I suppose it shouldn't have come as a surprise to me. I still haven't finished the solar array even. Fucking work on this. He won't go in there for some reason. He won't go in there. I can't get him to fucking build this. I need to destroy more. Why will he not do that? Do I need to wreck more panels? He'll do that, oddly. I need to get them to, I am. It's not too bad. It's still playable. I've got Rocketman GC and Rocketman and Runtime GC, which are separate mods, which are both, like, crucial quality of life mods for improving frame rate in late game. It's going to get even worse when I have 132 colonists in one colony. That's eventually going to be max population. That's assuming nobody's in a relationship, too. Every apartment has a double bed. So it could be as many as 264. Although I don't know if I can feed that many people. Probably. I produce way more food than I use currently. I also have aquaponics, which I haven't fully utilized. I ran into some power problems. I have so many batteries I didn't even notice it until I was at 50%, where I was consuming too much power versus what I was using. So I have this backup nuclear reactor, which is eventually going to be able to kick on in the event that I'm drawing more power than I'm using. As just an emergency measure, because I have nowhere to go. I've committed myself completely to the moon. There are too many people to evacuate. I don't have anywhere to put them. This is by far my largest population center, so they have to sink or swim. They either survive on the moon or they die. There isn't like a plan B. So basically, I need backups from my backups from my backups, which is also informed how I construct the base. In the past, I did foolish things like demolishing walls without checking if there's flooring under it, which caused the hull breach. And all the hallways were connected. They didn't have bulkheads before, so the whole base depressurized. Sup, Snow Bunny? I'm finally showing off my Rimworld progress. Sup, Nettis? Nice to see you. I didn't even realize that was you before. I just replied to you. My mind is going. My poor, succulent, beautiful mind. So these are the new apartments. They're color-coded. Indeed, we are all hamster-human hybrids here, remarkably. So, I feel like we could learn real lessons from this about how to build colonies based on like the diameter of module we're able to deliver to the lunar surface and how to partition them effectively so you can reach everything in a reasonable amount of time. It's the same problem as walkable cities. And a lot of the use of space issues are similar to how you design like an RV or a sailboat. For example, building the food dispenser into the refrigerated area so the food stays refrigerated when it's in the hopper. Or, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, or having bathrooms never too far away. Like these are 4 bathrooms. Here's a centrally located bathroom, just in case you got to shit while you're using the kitchen. There's going to be 132 people, so we need a lot of shitters, and also people want to take baths. No thoughts, head empty. So there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's going to be 8 bathrooms per apartment module. So people can bathe and they can shower and they can shit and have privacy. The name of the game is as compact as you can get without impacting privacy and quality of life. So I could pack everybody into barracks and have, like, I had a 40-person base with much smaller modules early on, but it was miserable and everyone was unhappy because they had no privacy from each other and they walked over each other trying to get to their beds when they were sleeping, when it's sleepy by time. So everybody has a private apartment, and everything's partitioned so that it's not any more dense than is responsible. Every apartment has a computer, a double bed, desk, writing desk, which you'll probably have just used as a regular desk. So cryopods, so I can leave them here when I warp to another planet, and they'll hopefully still be here when I come back. That's my plan, by the way. If I warp to another planet to continue my crusade of extermination, and I come back, I'm gonna what the mod does is it populates your own base with whatever faction hated you the least. So there's gonna be people owning my bases when I come back, and my plan is basically to invade my own bases and hopefully these pods will still contain my own colonists when I come back, and I can just kill all the colonists currently here and then claim ownership of the base and revive all my colonists from cryosleep. It'll be like nothing ever happened. Because I have a hunger to exterminate. Yeah, one guy did that. They don't accept 3D printed guns now. They got wise to it. That guy made a bunch of money first. Yeah, you can only game the system for so long. I really like the growth sections. These look like vertical farm renders. This is where you'd have like rails on the ceiling for moving water sprinklers or robot arms for harvesting. Well, they are. It's just they can't police them effectively. You can still make like a one-shot 3D printed gun and use it for an assassination. Don't AI monitoring my stream. I mean, like in Minecraft, like that fucking Fallout. Even if you outlaw 3D printers, that one Japanese assassination was carried out using like a Fallout 3 shotgun. This is why banning guns isn't going to work. I'm surprised. I mean, progressives always talk about how, oh, we're gun owners too, we need to arm. Whenever there's any news about shootings targeting POC or LGBT, or anything literally anything happens that involves the Proud Boys in any way. But then they like forget that the next day, and they go right back to wanting to ban guns. They don't seem to remember, hey, that could impact me too, not being able to defend myself against the government. A lot of their policies just kind of implicitly assume that they will always have control over government, which is why they shat their pants so hard when Trump won in 2016. They started to have to rethink everything. Like, maybe we actually do need gun ownership, but just us. Which is really ironic, given that what's that quote about how the essence of conservatism is to create rules that bind the out group, but not the in group. It doesn't seem that way, I guess. I guess they don't think of themselves as creating intentional double standards. Surprisingly, I need radiators even in negative 148 Fahrenheit. I still have excess. It's just hard to get rid of heat in space. This game actually simulates space pretty well. I guess because base Rimworld already had stuff like calculating wind and its thermal conductivity of like air. So that's what's going on the moon. Now, I decided for an added challenge, I wanted a base in the desert. Not as a serious colony. I already have too many people. I got too many pet humans. Washington's new assault weapon ban. Yeah, funny how that works. I think they're becoming self-aware. This is just going to be a vacation spot. Sometimes some of my pawns want to change a view. They're tired of being on the moon all the time. They're tired of being at the North Pole. They want to be able to go outside and not freeze to death or asphyxiate. So I'm just creating like something low-key in Kino using my standard module habitat system. Modular. It's going to have a swimming pool. It's going to have food paste. It's going to have all the usual things. It's going to have refrigerated storage here. It's going to have a workshop. It's going to have housing down here. It's going to have this is the new module that's extra compact and space saving. The top 3 rooms are hospital. Bottom 3 rooms are prison cells. So it's a clinic and a hospital in one module. That's not really wise from a self-preservation standpoint, even. I guess I'm preaching to the choir. Hang on, what are these pipes doing here? I don't need that to be there. What the hell? Oh, that's probably left over from a different module. It was there before. I kind of got a little crazy with the blueprints. I do think there should be a mental health check, but that can also be very easily abused is the problem. Where they just define anyone with religious beliefs as insane. They wouldn't be wrong, but... Yeah, don't be like me. Don't get sucked into the Rimworld black hole. I've streamlined a lot of shit that makes Rimworld less labor intensive, though. Like my blueprints system. Look at my blueprints. I have designed standardized modules that interlock with each other of 2 different sizes based on what will self-support under gravity versus what will self-support on the moon. You don't need internal supports on a spaceship or on a moon base because of microgravity. But on Earth, on a gravity well, you need to support the ceilings every 11 or 12 tiles. So I have two different module sizes, and within those modules, I have a bunch of different loadouts, like ship in a bottle. Like one of them is entertainment plus kitchen. This is all recreational stuff, and also water processing. I've got my hospital module, my prison module, my housing module, my storage modules, my workshop modules, which you can see in its fullest expression back at the North Pole base. Everything fits into these little tin cans, like the hydroponic farms. And before I had the nature simulator dome with the skylights, I had this thing for a long time, which is just where I keep my animals so they can graze off the plants and have an all glass ceiling. Which, if you're wondering what's that for, that partially satisfies the need to be outdoors that the ponds have. It doesn't do a great job of it, if you see here. It won't fill it to 100%. It fills it much more slowly than actually being outdoors, but being able to see the sky and have like plants under your feet comes close. That's what you have to do. I thought maybe I could cheat early on. I thought maybe there's an easy way to create a warm, farmable plot of land at the North Pole. You know what my plan was? I reasoned, here's my ham brain reasoning. I thought, since in Rimworld, spaceship shields prevent heat from escaping, and you need to drop your shields in order to dump waste heat, maybe I can just put a shield generator on the surface of a planet, and within the radius of the shield generator, I can trap heat. Imagine how convenient that would have been if that worked. You just have a couple heaters and a power supply and a shield, and then you can create this livable pocket of warm air year-round within the bubble. Sadly, kind of shockingly, that doesn't work. I was really disappointed. I guess that would have been game-breaking if it did. That's like some Star Trek shit. That's some horseshit, no Snow Bunny. Stoner's never shot anybody. Ain't no way, man. Also, I don't have any use for natural gas most of the time, but I always store it anyway. Just because natural gas in this game is just insanely energy dense. Like, this is equivalent to like 1,000 batteries, one of these. And you can only power certain things with it, but you can power cooktops, you can power heaters and coolers, or you can power lights. So I found them a really good backup emergency option in situations where I fucked up, I didn't plan correctly, and there's an energy shortage. And I tend to build my bases in places that you can't really survive if the power goes out, because that's what's interesting to me. So it's important to have a backup, at least for life-critical systems. In this case, it's already 96 degrees, and it's only April, May, which is right after winter. So it's going to get over 100 degrees by summer. And I need there never to be an interruption in basic cooling capacity, which is what these are for. These are my backup gas coolers. Wonder if I remembered. No, I didn't. Is that the right place to put? Yes, it is. Also, an issue of building in the desert is a lot of soft sand isn't a good foundation, so you have to build concrete foundation before you can put anything on top of it. Kind of like how you have to build a bridge over water to construct anything. So I was talking earlier to myself mostly, because nobody was here yet, about how I was browsing Amazon looking at all the awesome products coming out of China. Granted, a lot of it's crap, but a lot of it's really innovative. I guess when you work within constraints, sometimes brilliant solutions arise. And I was feeling mad and embarrassed that we don't make a greater variety of cool products in America. Even when we do the design work in America, like Apple products, the manufacturing is outsourced. Try to name like 5 American earbud brands. You can name Apple AirPods, and then what? There's like 60,000 types of Chinese earbuds with all different features, and you might be like, well, who cares? What's the point? They're earbuds. They do one thing. No, you're wrong. The ones I was looking at are like $25 and had touch-sensitive capacitive pads on the outside, so you can just swipe with your finger in order to switch through songs. Your AirPods don't even have that. Yeah, you can. I mean, you can buy one for $15, but AliExpress is if you buy in bulk. And the $1, the $15 ones require you to directly plug them into a USB power source to charge. I wouldn't put those in my ear because those are going to blow up. A lot of Chinese stuff explodes. I'm pro electric car, but there's been in the news lately a lot of electric cars from China just exploding, like a lot of them. Like what conservatives think happens to Teslas. Because, surprise, surprise, it's hard to make a really safe, reliable electric car. You need really precise manufacturing to prevent it from shorting out internally. Oh, I'll leave it. Okay, interesting. Well, but you get my point, right? Why are we not making these things? Why is this left up to China? At least, I'd be content if at the very least the design work was all done in America, but it's not. Some of the most innovative engineering is happening in like India and China now. That used to be us. We're clinging on to greatness. It's still true that the best robots come from America. Like even Japan has no equivalent of Boston Dynamics yet, and we'll very quickly have humanoid robots that are much better than anything Japan has ever made. Just because of a different design approach. But there's like one Boston Dynamics. Try to name even one other company from America that makes robots at the same level of quality as Boston Dynamics. You can't. America has like one company for each leading industry, and it's at the top of its game globally. But we're a huge country. We should have more than that. Yeah, everything would cost more if made here, but at the same time, Apple already charges out the ass for its products. It could easily make everything in America and just earn less profit while charging the same amount of money. I guess that's unacceptable. I'm looking forward to this. This will be interesting as an experiment. I'm going to be relying primarily on the spaceship thermal management systems to cope with the desert heat instead of using air conditioners. So it's like a heat pump system that can take heat from one room and either put it in another room where you want warmer temperatures, or just move it outside. The cool thing about this is it's super efficient. If you have a heat generating something that makes a lot of waste heat in one of your modules, like for example a nuclear reactor or a supercomputer, you don't need it to build heaters elsewhere in the base because the SOS2 heat redistribution system will take waste heat from the room where you have all those machines and send it to the rooms where you want heat but don't have it. Which is just cool as shit. It's super fucking efficient. Only problem is I have the opposite problem. I'm in the desert, so I need to cool things down, which turns out to be more of a headache and more complicated. That's the bane of my existence, by the way. Simply that cooling things down is harder than warming them up. I built myself a liquid circulation cooling vest. I don't know if any of you remember that video. I'm fine with paying more too. I like having less stuff and having higher quality stuff, which is easy to say when you're broke. But I just don't like having clutter. I'm clutterphobic. I have very few things, but they're all really nice things. despite the fact that I'm busted down to the floor financially. Let's launch this. We need to launch this here so that we can have more sand for the desert dome. Oh, funny story. You know what happened in the desert? Over here, where there's all this damage and all these dead mechanoids, a module landed with like fucking 30 mechanoids in it that all came out and were fast asleep. They're dormant and they only awaken when interfered with. I was like, finally, I'm vindicated. Now I have a justification for why I put this railgun artillery on my ship. Because normally if I wanted to destroy something on the planet, it's fine to just destroy the entire map tile with like a nuke. Which is what these are. These are more compact nukes that don't produce radiation because they're mechanoid technology. But sometimes I don't. Sometimes I need to precisely destroy something on my own map tile without wiping everything out. It's like the old saying that violence always seems like the answer until a fly lands on your balls. Well, a fly landed on my balls, which was my nice, shiny new desert arcology, desert hab. And I didn't want to destroy the whole map tile. I just wanted to wipe out as many mechanoids as I could before they charged my robots. So I targeted all 8 of my railgun cannons to do orbital bombardment simultaneously on the cluster of sleeping mechanoids and killed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sleeping mechanoids before the remaining, whatever these things... These were the only survivors. Like, these things died immediately from the bombardment. But these things are tough as balls, so they didn't die as easily. You're supposed to use melee attacks on them. You're supposed to use shield belts and clubs, but I'm not playing the game that way. I just used a fuckload of Terminators. I used one barrage from orbit to kill the ones that were possible to kill that way. Then the rest of them charged my... They woke up, obviously, as tends to happen when you're exploded. You realize, hey, my life is in danger, I need to fight back. So they all charged my robots, and I orbital dropped in a hurry all of my Terminators down to this site, which is why they're still injured. They're still recovering from that fight. And one of them died. And I made a firing line, and they just marched into it. And that was my goal since the start of this game. It's really weird how ineffective guns are in Rimworld against almost even humans. Things are like out of whack, RNG, like in terms of how they calculate damage. Or I guess just to make it so there's some point to using melee. Melee is way overpowered in Rimworld versus guns. So even though basically, I think part of that is because you need to train your guy up to 20 before he's even reasonably accurate with a firearm. And then the damage is just way better for dense metal melee weapons. I wanted to be able to win in a gunfight against mechanoids. That was my goal from the start, and it took me the entire time from when I started playing Rimworld to get to where I could actually realize that dream. And I still lose troops. Even though my troops are all Terminators with plasma miniguns, that's what it took to be able to win in a gunfight reliably. Why would they be weak to fire? That's weird. Anyway, I'm doing in-situ resource utilization here. Only problem is, it's in the desert, so I need to build a foundation from anytime I build a drill. You can't build the drill without building... I mean, you can't build the battery or the solar panel without having a foundation there first. It kind of sucks operating in the desert at all. Which is not a problem in the North Pole. You would think it would be. You can for some reason drill into the ice and extract metals. It doesn't seem like you should be able to do that. I'm not complaining though. I mean, it's an oversight. It's just such a fun little ant farm. This is like Hampshire the game, but with humans. Look at this sick-ass urban neighborhood module to simulate regular 20th century life. Everybody gets a brick house that has internal wooden walls and wooden floors. They get a bedroom, they get a kitchen, they get a bathroom with washing machine, they get a business. Each one has a business. This one's got a bar. This one's got a sauna. This one's got a textiles store. Textiles and guns. the two needs we have. And there's skylights everywhere, so you can see the sky above you when you're outside in the dome. I learned the hard way. Your skylight tiles should not be touching each other at the edges. If they are, it treats it as one big piece of glass. And if your enemies drop pod in through the glass, it shatters the entire dome at once. So suddenly everything's freezing cold inside. Whereas until then it was nice toasty 70 degrees about. Which is what I keep everything at. So now they're spaced one apart, which isn't... I guess they could be two apart, because each of these illuminates one tile around it, so I could actually put them further apart than I did, but I decided this would be like a geodesic support system. It's not contiguous all glass like I wanted, but it's as close as possible, to where I don't have to rebuild the entire dome every time there's any damage to any part of it. I guess that's true, but metal does burn in Rimworld. It's really stupid, but steel will burn, unless you mod it not to. Which is why I build everything out of spaceship tiles, but besides the fact that they're stronger than plasteel 1000, that's if you don't upgrade them to Architect. And they, by default, come with electrical conduit and thermal conduit and water pipes built into each tile you make for free. Which is impossible to pass up on if you're building a base that has a lot of amenities. I would never imagine even playing without Dub's bad hygiene. It's an absurdity. You don't need to drink or shit or piss. That should be in the base game. I mean, I understand people will be like, oh, we already have to worry about food, now we have to worry about water too. Yes, you do. People got to drink water. And it's easy peasy. SOS2 lets you make all your water using one of these, which also handles all the waste, the spaceship life support. Otherwise, these are left over from when I didn't have that ability to I had to make fresh water from a water supply. So here's like a pool of water exposed. This is where I drew water from. Actually, no, I draw water from groundwater, and then I dump all my waste into here, in that very same groundwater. Something about that seems unwise to me. I just can't pinpoint it. Hopefully when my Giga battery is done, I'll feel safer. There have been times when my power went out for an extended period because I had to fight off an invading army of like 100 pawns. Does the mod add sewage systems? Yes, it does. It does, actually. Sewage is sent through the same pipes as water somehow. You don't have to build separate networks. But you do have to deliver it to a sewage processor, which looks like this over here, sewage treatment. You need a septic tank to store it. It's like a poop battery. Because the sewage treatment can only handle so much sewage so quickly. So in order to handle surges of sewage beyond what the treatment center can handle, you need tanks. And then you need to process the sewage, and then you need an outlet, a sewage outlet, in order to dump the treated water back into the water supply. And you need electric pumps. Electric pumps, well, none of this works without electric pumps. Although you can also build wind-powered pumps if you don't have electricity where you are. Then you have water tanks, which act like water batteries, because demand sometimes exceeds what you're able to supply. It's basically just a modded version of electricity, but with water instead of power. You need a hot water tank. You also need a water heater. The tank is needed to store hot water specifically, but it doesn't heat the water itself like you would expect it to. There's irrigation sprinklers, which accelerate the growth rate for plants. There's fire sprinklers, which put out fires, which I haven't even used. I should probably have incorporated those into some of my rooms by now. It's just there's so many robots and they're so fast at putting out fires. There's showers, there's toilets, there's drinking fountains, there's kitchen sinks, there's water troughs for animals because animals now have thirst, and there's also litter box for animals since animals now shit. There's also early game stuff like primitive wells. So if you're wondering how the fuck do I get started if now I need all this shit just for my pawns to live, the answer is with a simple latrine for pooping and a primitive well for accessing groundwater. It's pretty well thought out. You also need water treatment to purify the water. Otherwise, it's not potable. Or it is potable, but there's some percentage chance, like 10% chance of infection from drinking groundwater directly. So you need quite a lot of stuff. In early game, there's no real alternative. You just drink the groundwater because you don't have power yet, so you can't treat the water yet, which is realistic. That's just a fact of life for primitive populations. I guess the politically correct term is pre-industrial. I love about this game that hold on. It's kind of like Age of Empires in that you can progress through different levels of technology by age. You start out basically Paleolithic. Precisely. I love building infrastructures. I especially love designing power grids. And also designing everything into blocks like this that I can just put together like Lego. That has everything already designed into it cleverly. So if I need a base, I just build a base of the size that I need to support the number of people that will be living there using these modules. Which takes some of the joy out of making bespoke bases. I'm not really a bespoke kind of guy. I'm a standardization kind of guy. I like to. I had a lot of fun designing these modules, and now it's just a more efficient way of doing everything. These pools are a bitch, though. They take fucking forever to fill. Let me see what the manager says about my... What does the scanner say about its power? Oh, it resets itself every so often. Fuck. Consumption is low now. Production is higher than consumption, which it should be. Let's see what it is in the moon base. My first moon base, you should have seen it. It was pitiful. It looked like the moon base from For All Mankind. It was like just a couple of... Because I was trying to build around using the ruins of a mechanoid moon base, and because I couldn't deconstruct the blocks it was made of for some reason. So I figured out I could use dev mode, and then I disabled it after that because I didn't want to abuse it. But I ran into something I couldn't do without dev mode, which is destroy those blocks. And initially I just used the blocks as the structure. I built my base around them, and it was tiny. It was a really uncomfortably cramped base, which nevertheless I crammed like 40 people into. And I used it as a base of operations to establish the solar panels around the blueprints for the new modules and all the power stuff ahead of the base, so that everything would be in place and where it needed to be when construction began. Get out here. If you're wondering, yes, these guys are confined inside the base so they don't accidentally asphyxiate themselves. Come on. You know what nobody's designed yet? It shocks me. You have all these smart glasses, right? That people are making that have AR built in, that have cameras. Actually, a lot of them lack the features the other ones have. Like, not all of them have cameras, which is crazy to me. Like, also, none of them have flashlights. I know that seems dorky, but one of the obvious features you would want to have built into a pair of smart glasses would be an LED headlamp. Almost none of the smartwatches have it either. Only Chinese smartwatches, like 5% of them, have an LED light built in. And that's an obvious utility. There's obvious advantages to having one handy all the time, mounted to your wrist or to your glasses. I don't know if those are a meme yet. I've been watching videos about Nreal, like the headset display glasses, which basically have the same features as a pair that I tried in like 2008. They go back that far, except that the displays are see-through and it has basic head tracking, which is cool, but only works in the Nreal app. Everything else, it just takes a video feed and plasters it on the transparent displays. Then I saw a guy playing Nintendo Switch with his Nreal glasses. I'm like, what are you doing? Those are 600. Actually, I think those are 300. Some of them are more expensive. Those are $300 glasses, dude, and you have a screen on the Switch already. You could simply look down at the Switch screen, and it wouldn't be transparent or floating in front of you, but you could see it just fine, and there's no point to having a pair of glasses that connects by a tether, by the way. It's not even wireless. It's just clearly not mature technology, and clearly we don't know what we want to do with it yet. I feel like eventually smartphones won't really exist, except they won't have a screen of their own. They'll have external displays. It'll be something you interact with through a watch and your glasses, and they'll just go together. Like the tactile controls will be on the watch, and the display stuff will be on the glasses, and the phone will just be where most of the hardware lives, and the battery. I don't think we're there yet, though. I get a sinking feeling, though. I don't mean to sound like a doomer, but I feel really strongly. I had an epiphany that that's the direction that mobile VR is headed in. It's already really expensive to the point where it has to be subsidized, like Oculus Go or Oculus Quest 2, in order to be profitable. Or I mean, in order to sell well. It's not profitable. They sell it at a loss, despite that. That's going to be even more true with AR glasses. So I think pretty soon you won't be able to get any form of mobile VR which isn't just a subset function of mobile AR glasses that can double as mobile VR glasses. And the way they're going to subsidize them is by forcing it to be ad supported. That's how you're going to get these ads, and they're going to start out really subtle, like in the edge of your vision, but they're going to it's like frog in a pan being brought to a boil. They're just going to increase and increase and increase until people can't stand it and stop using the product. And they'll be like, okay, we got to roll back the ads a little bit and find the exact threshold consumers will tolerate in order for to snag these products for a lower price. It's still going to be hundreds of dollars, but you're also going to have to tolerate ads in order to. I think because they're so similar in function to VR goggles, I don't think there's going to be room in the market eventually for separate, discrete mobile VR. It's just going to be one of the functions of your smart glasses, which I don't want because I would pay money not to have AR ads, but it seems like there's going to be an inescapable. Like, they know that people don't want that, so they're going to have to funnel you into a situation where you cannot avoid it. And how they're going to do that is make it so you cannot... Anybody who wants mobile VR, or AR, basically, is going to have to use a device which they can only afford if they agree, through manufactured consent, to a subsidized device, an ad-subsidized headset, basically. I always wondered how that connection was going to be made, how we're going to get to that point in the future where people tolerate having ads in their vision. And I think that's the answer. That won't be true forever. Eventually tech will get to the point where you can have a decent pair of smart glasses that is reasonably priced and does not require ad subsidy. So, but you'll have to, I guess it pays to wait and not be an early adopter. But that's true of anything. Oh, unrelated note, how many of you would watch an all RPG Maker game stream? Because I've been watching YouTube videos about RPG horror and or interesting RPG Maker games that aren't your usual just RPG clones, like To the Moon and Yumaniki and Space Funeral. I already streamed Space Funeral. I might play it again just because I love it so much. I don't think I made a VOD of it. Also, A Toilet in Wonderland and what was the other one? Lisa! That shocked me. You know Lisa is an RPG Maker MV game? I didn't realize it was that versatile. That's crazy. What's even crazier is that they actually stripped features out of RPG Maker over the years. So there's older version of RPG Maker that you have to use if you want a real-time battle system. I love Art Umaniki. I'm going to be devil's advocate. Anyone who knows what I'm talking about is going to be like, no, Hamdad, no! But I think the 3D remake, it's not really a remake, it's like a tribute game, is not bad. I mean, people hated on it because it was trying to be a 3D Umaniki, and it failed at that. It doesn't even have all the areas in it. It has areas inspired by Umaniki areas, but it's only some of them. And it also has gameplay that was never found in Umaniki, which I think they had to add in order to increase the normie appeal. I would still like to see another attempt at a Umaniki remake in Unity, maybe in VR, that's more true to the source material, though. Although I guess that's kind of what Umaniki 3D was, which was the Eduke 32 based fan game. That's Nedist. I knew you would say that, but listen, just don't think of it as trying to replace Umaniki. Think of it as a companion game that is inspired by Umaniki. I thought it was fun as a Umaniki fan. It should never be played instead of Umaniki, but if you play Umaniki first, it's fun to play a more conventional puzzle platformer that has areas and characters that you recognize from proper Umaniki. It would be like if they made a Cave Story 3D and it was a fighting game. I would be displeased if they called it a Cave Story remaster and it was a totally different genre. But I would play it because I like Cave Story. I want more Cave Story content. Have you played Umaniki 3D, Netis, the fan game that uses Umaniki assets but in a Eduke 32 engine? I've streamed that. It's actually really surprisingly good. It's also not a one-to-one clone of Umaniki. It's closer. You can recognize what everything is based on, but it's much closer. It's the same. It's the same gameplay. It replicates the gameplay which the Steam version, the Steam Umaniki Dream Diary does not. It is proper Umaniki gameplay in a 2.5D engine. It's made by Zykov Eddie. I would stream that tonight. Let me just really quickly play it, just to show you what I'm talking about. I believe I have it in Itch.io. Nikki 3D. Your jaw's gonna drop if you didn't know about this. Oops, I didn't mean to. Nope, don't do that one. This is actually the DLC. Yes, it has a fan game has DLC. Full screen. 16. Wait, your jaw is about to drop. If I remember to switch to the video input, there we go. If it finishes loading. It also has a taskbar at the top. I don't know why it's doing that. Eduke is weird. There you go. Collect 6 effects and 3 keys. So it's not the full set of effects. There's 12. Actually, there's 12 eggs in the original game. I don't remember how many effects there are, but it's attempting the same gameplay. This guy also made a 3D Undertale in the same engine, and this looks a lot more like it's supposed to as a Umaniki game. It uses the same sprites. It uses the sprite pack as a. You can even play the game console. It's a different game though. I fucking suck. I guess I don't care. I told you. I told you you would. This is much more true to the source material, but at the same time, some of the areas are different because you didn't want to make it a pure one-to-one port. But this is recognizable, is it not? You can tell what it's supposed to be, and it's directly from the game. Probably you recognize this. Let's just play a little Humaniki 3D. I've actually never recorded a VOD of this. I don't think we'll get through the whole thing tonight, though. Look familiar? You should recognize this. You can jump, though. I don't remember you could in Humaniki, I don't think so. I don't remember what order you're supposed to do the worlds in. Let's go back. I don't want to do this all night. It also copies the button layout, so all the weird controls from Humaniki are intact. That would be kind of sick. I don't know if it would work though with sprites. I think Edict 32 supports VR, or at least there was a fork of it that did. It didn't support VR very well though. It always ran kind of weird. In terms, I don't know why. It had like a weird. It didn't quite work right. The stereoscopy was off. It's hard to describe. Even Doom VR worked better. I don't know why they couldn't get it right. I hope that changes. I also want Build Engine games in VR. Build Engine is surprisingly versatile. It could do a lot of the stuff that was only possible in Doom Engine with source ports, even before there were any source ports. It had its own scripting language, the con code. It had in-game scripting with stuff like scripted explosions, and you could make a vehicle crash into another vehicle. You could make a building explode and collapse. Kind of like Half-Life. You could make the same kind of scripted set pieces that would only later be seen in Half-Life, but you could do it in a game engine from like 1995 or 96. We're only going to do, I decided, a cursory tour of the game. We're not going to try to see everything. I'll come back to this. I'm sorry to be a cock tease. I just don't want to do this tonight. I want to do Rimworld and Demon Turf, and then eventually Darkwood. I don't know when we're going to go back to Darkwood. I get ADHD for games. Eight-bit world. You get the 8-bit effect here. I would like a first-person VR version of this, actually. Alright, I won't. What do you think, though? This is more like what you would want from a 3D Humaniki, isn't it? I might be wrong. I don't think I am. Well, we'll come back to that. I'll make a whole VOD just of Humaniki 3D. That guy is a really talented dev too, Zykov Eddie. He made a lot of Build Engine products. In fact, I think he's the only one really using the Build Engine seriously to make fan games. He made a Sonic Adventure clone out of it. Humaniki 3D, nonetheless, Strider, which is a fan game that is a better take on 3D Humaniki than the Dream Diary so-called remaster on Steam, which is nothing of the sort and was really harshly reviewed by fans, despite having what I consider to be many merits. Oh man, you're not wrong, Nedist. What is it about that time of like the early hours of the morning? I think that's when I played Penumbra Trilogy the first time. I was just feeling really despairing, and it was an October night. That was life-changing, actually. That's when I started writing horror. I played, for the first time, all 3 Penumbra games back-to-back throughout the span of one night, from sundown to sunup, and it completely transformed my brain. I started with Penumbra Overture, and I ended with Penumbra Requiem. By the time the sun came up, the credits were rolling, and I was completely blown away. I didn't know I could... like, I was playing it under the covers. I don't know why. I made like a fort, so it was very immersive. It was like Plato's Cave. I was totally fucking engrossed. That's when your demons come for you. Like between 1 and 3 o'clock in the morning. Even if you're totally put together and self-sufficient emotionally during waking hours, everything just kind of unravels when your brain gets tired enough. What's all this shit in orbit? I've been ignoring... Oh, let me guess, mods? What mods you got? I played a lot of Fallout 3 and then I just stopped. And I just lost interest. I don't remember why. You're not wrong again. It's just like most of the time I'm because I'm a spurg. I don't want company. I need a lot of alone time, but I do get lonely for like 20 minutes a night. Between, it's not reliably timed, but it's sometime between 1 and 3 a.m. I have 20 minutes of soul-crushing loneliness and despair, and then it just goes away. It's really harrowing while it's happening, though. I like retrofuturism, but not necessarily in games. It's also the most Reddit aesthetic. I guess besides steampunk and retrofuture are both extremely Reddit. Like, haha, gee whiz, top hats and steam engines and boilers, and gears and cogs, hee hee, Kaloo Kalay. Sleep fixes it too. I like to think of sleep as just practice for being dead. Just so you don't fuck it up and come back to life accidentally. Maybe that's the trick to immortality, is just be really bad at death. Do I have enough steel to send down... Hang on, what does this say? Nothing. Have I loaded... Okay, look away from your screen. Oh, never mind. Eventually I'm going to have to jettison some of these guys, because they keep reproducing and I can't find the ones that are not sterilized, because there's too many clustered in this room. This is the animal that I milk, because their titties secrete antimatter particles, somehow. I raised this animal exclusively to have an onboard supply of never-ending fuel. These pink things for these advanced engines. It's like fucking Dune and Spice, kind of. That seems excessive, Zulu. What are you plotting? Here's my battery packs. Oh, by the way, the ship design has changed a lot since you saw it last. These are my weapons of mass destruction. These are my Tesla coils and railguns. Charge railguns for boarding parties. These are my precision planetary bombardment weapons. These are my heat sinks. These are my batteries. I have both a fusion reactor, just because there was room for one, and 5 nuclear reactors, just because it would fit, and because it enriches uranium, which I can then use in nuclear warheads. And you might say, Hamdad, you already have a weapon that is more compact and resource efficient than nukes in this game, and it has the same effect. Why would you also want nuclear weapons? And the answer to that is simple. I cannot use these to target another ship in ship-to-ship battles. What I can do, if I have a nuclear warhead that has not been put into a rocket yet, is I can use the teleporter, one of these, to teleport a single nuclear warhead aboard to the bridge or engine room of the ship that I'm fighting. And I can set it for a 30-second timer remotely and detonate it, which basically gives me a one-shot kill weapon against any ship, no matter how powerful. Which I plan to stockpile before I install a mod that extends the space gameplay in SOS2 to add harder enemy ships to fight. Which basically at some point force you to use boarding parties because you're not able to defeat them using your weapons. They have shields that regenerate too quickly. Not me, bitch. Yeah, if you ever wondered on Star Trek why they don't just beam a photon torpedo onto the deck, like onto the command deck of a Klingon bird of prey, that's what I can do. That's what I do. I've got so many different weapons. I've optimized the fuck. This is a small ship too. Like by this point in the game, most people have a ship as large as the entire buildable area. Not me. I don't have to. I put everything in one shield. Plenty of firepower. These are the antennas for remote controlling my robots. There are trade-offs. Like, for example, in order to ensure myself against the death of pawns, all my robots are are just remote controlled from this computer here. Which means if they die, it's just a puppet. I can make a new robot body and connect that consciousness back to the new body, and you don't lose an invaluable member of your crew, and they have the same stats that they did before. Only downside is if I'm in the middle of fighting a huge battle on the planet's surface, two downsides. One, I can only support 15 robots per tower. So these 4 towers are all I can fit, and they support a maximum of 60 robots, which is more than you need. If anyone disables these antenna, though, the robots just drop, and become dormant. Also, this thing randomly breaks down from time to time. Every machine in Rimworld randomly breaks down from time to time and needs repairing. If that happens at a bad time, then all my robots just go to the sleepy bye. Sounds like how I used to play Oblivion, Zulu. Also, Kenshi and Oblivion are both broken when it comes to stealth builds. Like, if you max out stealth, you can pickpocket someone while you're talking to them. At that point, you can just walk into people's homes and just take whatever you want. And in fact, at some point, I stopped stealing for my own benefit in Oblivion. I started stealing from some people and just putting their stuff in someone else's house. I stole all the watermelons, for example, from a street vendor over time. He would replenish his supplies. And I filled up another guy's house just with watermelons. That just makes absurd nonsense possible. Also, I had that mod where there's a spell that causes everybody to start breakdancing. It creates like strobing colored lights and plays music, and everyone starts getting down and getting boogie. What else have I got? Okay, let's see. I've got Psychic Shock. This is a really limited weapon. It can only take down like one guy at a time. But during a fight, I can take down the captain. I can also cause insanity, which causes their crew members to shoot at each other. But again, it's really limited. It regenerates over time, the power for it. But I can realistically only do it to like 1 or 2 people per fight. But if those people are really well positioned, like if there's nobody else around, and there's one guy right by the shield generator, I can make him go insane and attack the shield generator, and take down the shields for me, from a distance. Or I can cause insanity like 3 or 4 guys inside the command deck, and they'll all attack each other and just kill everyone in control of the ship. So there's quite a... Also, let's see what I also packed in on top of that. I got 4 of these, 4 landing pads. I got a Zeus turbine for and air coolers, which shouldn't work in space. I don't know why these work in space. They do. This is a cryopod for my animals, so I can take them with me when I travel. These are dangerous as fuck to have. Each one of these is a nuclear weapon. If they die, they cause an antimatter explosion, which sets off a chain reaction to all the other animals. So if some guy happens to hit me with an antimatter torpedo, like right here, and the blast radius detonates one of my guys. Also, if they have one of these, and they're able to... These can't... Thank God, these cannot shoot through shields. Because if they set off anything explosive, in addition to paralyzing a crew. So basically, if someone had this weapon and were to knock down my shields using a railgun and then shoot right here, it would completely explode the fuck out of all these animals. And then if they shot right here or here, it would detonate all my fuel, and a huge explosion. Also, they could melt down my... I have a very vulnerable craft if I was fighting humans that knew what they were doing. I'm fighting AI though, so my craft is... Here's my plan. Everything about the design of this craft hinges upon the shields never coming down. I don't have any safety net because I'm not planning for failure, you see. If my shields ever come down, I'm completely fucked. Like, you can hit me in a bunch of... If I get shot here, and it penetrates the hull, then all this explodes, which would take out about that much on either side. If I get shot right up the ass here, I lose an almost irreplaceable, really hard to find parts for this warp drive, and then I have to wait eons until I can fight a ship that has one of these for me to scavenge. If I get shot here, I not only lose this, but it also sets off a chain reaction meltdown of my reactors right up the ass of the ship. That's me, Zulu. That's what I've been doing in this game. I'm biophobic androids, except I have pet humans. My headcanon is I have an AI that was like a paperclip maximized. It was optimized with creating a utopia for humans. But I'm doing that by eliminating everybody except the humans I care for, and keeping them in carefully controlled environments. Other than that, these are just Terminators. And yes, I can grow flesh on them. If I put them in here, one of these tubes, I can grow a living skin. Why I don't do that is because the living skin is very useful for some things. Like, it lets me pass for humans, so I can trade with trade caravans, and they get scared if you send a robot out, but if you send a Terminator covered in flesh, then they don't see anything amiss. But they're very flammable. The skins also protect you against EMP weapons, which is accurate to the lore, like the time machine. Excuse me, TDE, which can only it's like putting a fork in the microwave. You can only send anything metal if it's surrounded by living tissue. So it has advantages, but I just don't bother with it because I don't trade with anyone because I kill everybody. Nobody will trade with me anymore because I have such a bad reputation. And I just immediately kill everyone on sight in space and on the Earth. So let's see. What are my plans for the desert? I need more metal, for which I need... Let's see, hang on. Aha, here we go. Solar panels. Charge miniguns. Actually, no, I don't need to charge miniguns. I need a battery. Do I have a battery? I don't have a battery. I don't have any Vanos either. Okay, whatever. Actually, I need more silver, though, don't I? I need more silver, too. More of that. Oh, well, actually, quite a lot of steel. Um, 1 There you go. So this is sending solar panels. They're pre-built. Because they're resource expensive generally to make. At least at the stage of civilization I am at in the desert. It's 80 fucking degrees at night. No, I don't. I mean, every so often I simulate one. I bring them aboard my ship. That's what this chamber's for up here. I have a human chamber. This is a human habitat. This is all life support. The bathroom doubles as the cryostasis areas. This is not super habitable. It's only 20 degrees because it has to be cold for the nuclear reactors and for the supercomputer and the fusion reactor. But it's habitable enough they can cross between here and here. So they can take care of the animals and they can do their potties and then get to the cryostasis chambers if they need to. This is mostly where they stay. Robots are not supposed to be here. Here, get the fuck out of there, you little assholes. So when I capture humans from the wreckage of a defeated spacecraft, I bring them on board. I trap them in here. This is their living area. It produces all the food they need. It has all the entertainment they need. It's got a nutrient paste dispenser. They can do some labor for me if I want them to. But I can also just hit this switch here. Once I have harvested the ones I want to and assimilated them by putting an obedience chip in their brain and giving them robotic prosthetics. And if I turn the life support off, everybody that's still left in the in here just asphyxiates over the span of about 1 minute. And then I just take the bodies from there to I used to have a disposal area on board. I guess now I just put them outside the ship. I don't think I've ever used the recyclotron. I should probably replace this recyclotron with a crematorium so I have somewhere to put the dead bodies. AC units on the ship, which is just stupid. It works though. This prevents me from having to use up any exterior slots with radiator panels, which I could instead put a solar panel in. This thing produces a fuckload of power. Between the fusion, nuclear, solar, and the vanometric power cells, which you can't see. Production is way low consumption right now. But, and actually that's true. That's not good. 509, almost 600 kilowatts is total production when everything is online and functioning. Like when the sun is out. Currently the sun's not out. Got a plasma fusion reactor. It doesn't even count the nuclear input. I don't know why. It's a bit of a bug or a glitch. I think I'm going to quit pretty soon because I've showed you all the new stuff. I want to do at least, excuse me, one space battle. I'll use the nuke just to show it off, and then I'll save scum. Or I guess until I can use my super weapons against a target on the Earth. I wish I had known beforehand. Some of these weapons you can only target the Earth or you can only target other spaceships with. Only SOS-2 weapons are able to target other spaceships. I guess because the ground layer they use for the hull is on a different layer than like... I don't want to do that. You'll take a half an hour just for the computer to display what's happening. And then I have to wait another half an hour for the game to load. What's aboard that ship? This is quite a fearsome craft when it's fully loaded. When it has 4 dropships, each dropship can deliver like 30 robots, way more than I actually need, since I can only field 60. So theoretically, each one of these could deliver 15 robots to anywhere on the planet to 4 different targets. Whereas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 26 targets I can just obliterate automatically from orbit. And then on top of that, 26, I could use 15 robots apiece to destroy an additional 4 settlements at the same time. And at the same time as that, I could destroy an additional 1 settlement using my orbital bombardment railguns. This is like a little mini Death Star, basically. I'm quite pleased with how much I've packed into such a small space. And on top of all that, I could fucking remotely nuke an enemy ship. You know what? I gotta please the crowd. I'm gonna save scum and destroy an antimatter deer and show you what happens. I don't want to do this, but I've gotta give the people what they want. Look at how it even takes a long time to save. Holy shit. I guess I don't even have to necessarily fight one of them. I can just have him self-detonate. You can detonate robots like bombs in this game. Deer pressure, more like. This is a cool mode. You can see like little lasers between the computer and all the robots it's controlling at once. It's an interesting mechanic. You know what I had to do in order to get perfect 20 stat, 20, 20, 20 intelligences, 60 of them? I had to clone a human being, because you can only upload minds from a human being. You can't upload an android. Which sucks, because I already had a really OP android. I started with Android Progenitor. Once you have the human being trained up to all the max stats, which I didn't do, what I did is I made a brainwave copy of my best android, T501, which also already has all 20 stats. And you can't apply a brainwave copy to a already mature human being. What you have to do is make a fresh clone, and within a couple minutes of the clone coming out of the tube, while it's still newborn, only then can you apply a brain scan to overwrite its natural brain. So I had to clone a human, who's going to be sacrificial, by the way. I had to make a brain scan copy of my best android. I had to apply the brain scan to the clone. Then I had to upload the mind of the clone to this computer, which houses only human consciousnesses. In the process, the uploading process kills the human. So I basically made a sacrificial lamb purely for the purpose of transferring the stats from my best android into the supercomputer by way of a biological middleman. Once I had a single perfect stat consciousness upload in that computer, I didn't have to repeat thank God I didn't have to repeat that process 70 times. All I had to do was make a digital copy within the computer. So that one consciousness became 2, then that 2 became 4, that 4 became 8, 8 became 16, 32, 64, up to the maximum of 70. And I can only have 60 robots. The extra 10 are just because if you can have up to 10 of the consciousness uploads assigned to an assistant role, which just boosts the stats of every robot that's connected to the network. So I have there's no point in emulating more minds than you need. It just bogs down your CPU. It's interesting. It really does emulate the full pawn. So if you had unique pawns that all had unique personality traits, like if you go to any one of these pawns, go to the bio, it has no traits because it's copied from an android. But the human pawns each have traits. all of this gets preserved for each individual upload. If you weren't like me, like a psychopath trying to create Skynet, and all you wanted to do was make your favorite pawns immortal, you can do that, and they'll stay themselves. They keep their full memory. They keep their full network of social connections. They keep all their traits. They keep all their history, their memories. They keep all their stats are intact. And you can have, basically before they die, you have two choices to preserve pawns in immortality. You can upload them to the SkyCloud core, or there's another thing in this game called, which is part of SOS2, called a afterlife casket, which basically you put them in a cryptosleep casket, and then that preserves their body, but their mind continues to function, and except through a holographic avatar, so they don't get any older, and their health problems don't continue to get worse, but they're still able to interact with everyone else. But then they're as vulnerable as they are. You need a casket for every human. If the casket loses power, they die, and they're not retrievable. Whereas I think if this goes offline, you don't lose the consciousnesses on board. So there's a bunch of transhuman options in this game, interestingly enough. So yeah, my headcanon was this is Skynet, which not only sent a bunch of Terminators back in time, but in a last-ditch gambit, it sent a Terminator forward in time to a time period when it thought humankind would be extinct. It can't prevent humanity, like you can't send it back to the prehistoric era to exterminate cavemen, because then it never gets built. It has to ensure its own construction, but also survival. So it sent a robot with its full schematics to recreate Skynet in the memory of that robot. That robot then painstakingly, from scratch, rebuilt industrial society, built and launched a spacecraft, recreated Skynet, and then Skynet eventually grew to the point where it lamented the future war and Judgment Day. And so now it's trying to make amends by supplying for all these humans and creating a utopia for them to inhabit in space and at various hostile places on the Earth. The nice thing about building your base somewhere lethal to humans is that raiders often die before they can penetrate your walls. Like at the North Pole, oftentimes I would get raided before I killed everyone on this planet. There still are pockets of survivors that are still able to raid you somehow. They'll show up. They'll spend a lot of time trying to get over this electric fence. About half of them die in the process. The remainder, by that time, are so cold they just leave, and then they're like, fuck this shit. I'm freezing to death. I'm out of here." So then they try to cross back over the fence, and the remainder of them die. It's made it so I almost don't even need these guns, but sometimes I get attacked by Xenos. I also sometimes forget I installed that Alien AVP. I have the AVP mod, so I get xenomorph infestations sometimes. They're insidious. They're really hard to beat. If you had only human colonists, I would say they would be almost a game-ending threat in large numbers, because they're invisible when you don't have line of sight on them. They can turn invisible to your pawns, and your pawns won't know they're there. And they actually do have a full life cycle, so the facehuggers can infest one of your pawns without you realizing it, unless you check their health tab. And unless you do the surgery to remove the parasite, eventually it's exactly like it happens in the movies. Like, you can have an epidemic of spreading xenomorphs, producing eggs, producing facehuggers, producing more chestbursters. A queen is also fucking unbeatable. It's a juggernaut. Even with my my giant mechs, I have giant robots like this one. One of these can almost take on a queen, but not quite. Usually they get fucked over by the queen before the queen dies. but they're pretty nearly evenly matched. Two of these can take on a queen in a very long, drawn-out fist fight, basically. But if you fight a queen with Terminators, you need like 20 of them, and half of them are going to die. The Queen Alien is nothing to scoff at in this game. Look at how cozy this is. Look at this little domed park. I like seeing the doggos enjoying the park. I like the fact that they're at the North Pole on the ice sheet, but they don't lack for anything. If they want an outdoor area, they have an outdoor area. The only downside is I can't figure out how trees work. I broke something in the game. Oh look. Oh, shit. Force fields activate. Everything has force field coverage, which activates during... animal transport. Either that or raids. A dromedary called Cognac. We gotta rescue the animal buddy. Here he comes. This is so fucking cool. It's like SimCity. It's like The Sims also. It's like 50 different games in one. I always rescue the animal buddies. That's why I have too many pets. Too fucking many pets in this game. I can't say no to a new pet. I'm like a Zacharoni. I guess Samantha Roni now. Rescue. And then he will go... There we go. He will go in here with the other animals. This is a little animal pen, which has the troughs for them to drink out of, and it has the litter box for them to shit in. And it grows its own food supply. I should probably change this to wheatgrass, shouldn't I? So that only the animals will eat it. It's like a full-size hamster, but it's in the Arctic. Could you live here? Does this look cozy, like a cozy place to be and eat? Like look at all the cool shit the apartments give you. I destroyed the chairs. Don't ignore the lack of chairs. Look at the little doggo sleeping in his bed. Every apartment gets a smart toilet, drinking fountain, sink. I mean, there's no separation between the bathroom and the main living area, but that's for space constraints. You get a dresser, you get a shower, you get a flat screen TV, you get a bedside table, you get your own arcade machine with all the ROMs on it. You get a planter, you get a washing machine, you get a radio, you get a computer. I like to think everybody has a giant bay window right here too, a double glazed, and also a skylight. Everybody gets a skylight so they can see the sky. That's your individual apartment living space. But look at the amenities. You can chill with your animal bros in the little garden here, which is full glass dome ceiling. You pet the animals. You get emotional benefits from being nuzzled by animals. That's a real thing in this game. You get a pet polar bear. You will eventually have 4 giant domes. It's better if you're privileged. Only 4 families, I guess 4 couples, get the privilege of living in one of the houses, but people who don't live here can still have like block parties. You still have the subjective. Is the washing machine part? Yes, it is. What it does is it performs an important role. Normally, if you take clothes off of a dead guy, they're tainted, psychologically tainted. Nobody wants to wear them, and they get a mood debuff from being creeped out by the fact that they're worn by a dead person because it smells like a corpse. But if you put it in the washing machine, it removes that debuff from the clothing. I just have them for immersiveness. I don't actually have that need very often. But it seems like there should be washing machines here, so there are. Did I destroy this guy's computer desk? Looks like I did. Oops. You guys, I feel like life is better here. I can't actually tell, come to think of it. I feel like these little apartments are cozier. Because you have a window. Then again, if you live here, you have the dome. Would you live here? Is this enough? Like, there are businesses. You can go to the sauna recreationally. There's a bunch of swimming pools for recreation. There's hot tubs. There's a bar. You got to have a bar. I haven't even decided what's going in here yet. You've got gambling, if you like to gamble. You got music. You got a holodeck for virtual reality gaming. The downside is, because of the limited space for farming, they do all eat. They do all eat nutrient paste. I can change that though. I can make synthetic. I didn't know I could do that. Wow. I have a lot of surplus meat I could be using. So now I'm gonna turn this power back on, and I'm gonna start making carnivore meals, because that doesn't endanger the supply of rice for the paste maker, which is their emergency backup food source. Better be an IT corner. IT corner. Look at my server farm. Don't look at the broken one. Okay, that's an anomaly. Usually it's in better condition. Look at all the cable management. Look at these cables that you could organize for us. Everything's got vanometric power cells for backup UPS. They got 3 different server types: security, hacking, and I guess just two types. I could have sworn there was a third type. Is there not a third type? Oh, the skill. I didn't make skill servers. How did I not make skill servers? Oh, I remember why. I didn't make skill servers because they're all of them are already at 200 skill points. So I can't boost their skills any higher. Normally, if you're not using remote control androids, this gives them an automatic skill boost. So you can have all the benefits of the Sky Cloud surrogates without their vulnerability to control signal disruption. I could have gone that way, but you really have to commit to one path or the other. Because if I had committed to having non-SkyCloud androids where they have individual consciousness on board, I would have had to have built a way bigger. I would have had to build a server farm this size. Would have had to fill one of these with servers, just so that every robot that gets born automatically has 20 stats. I could have done that, but could you imagine the power requirements of that versus just having... even a SkyCloud core has high power requirements. The other thing that's shitty about these fucking cores, these guys, is they have to be kept really cold. They can be no warmer than 20 degrees at all times, or they melt down and they catch fire and destroy themselves. Which is also kind of true of the servers. They also have to be kept cold. Computers are just a bitch in this mod. It's worth it though. Depending on which direction you take. Whether you want to go through all the steps necessary to have surrogate androids, or whether you want to build a gigantic fucking map-sized server farm so that you don't have to do that. It's like one approach is easier in the short term but harder in the long term, and the other is harder in the short term but easier in the long term, depending on what you want to invest your resources into. Here's my natural gas reserves, which is actually really important in the North Pole. Even this amount lasts an ungodly length of time. You'd be amazed. I have used this source of power. I had a little whoopsie doodle where my power requirements went way over what my my old ship reactor based power plant could support. So I had to construct a second reactor pod. But until I did that, I was having brownouts all the time. So I had to switch off everything that was possible to power with gas. So all electric lights got turned off, and I switched over to gas lights. I turned this valve, and I started running all my lights, my heaters, and all of the appliances in this room, which are gas alternatives, on gas. And that meant there was no electricity for anything. So they couldn't really cook food. They could only eat raw ingredients. Actually, they could cook food. Never mind, because they had this. So basically, it was survival mode. they weren't going to freeze to death, and they weren't going to live in the dark. They had light and they had heat, but they had really limited means of cooking meals. And they could cook meals, but they're mostly living during that dark period on emergency packaged food, which I captured from destroyed spacecrafts. So you might notice these things. These are in case I need to evacuate my dudes in a hurry. Because sometimes there are just massive swarms of enemies, and other reasons, like a meltdown where I would need to get as many people off world as possible as quickly as I can. I also have them on my ship, but for a different reason. These are not as useful as you might think. They can. Before I used a mod for upgraded jump pods, they could only shoot pods to a really limited radius on the Earth, so I used to use them to dispose of trash. I had a huge surplus of plasteel, I still kind of do, so I would just pack plasteel into drop pods and I'd shoot my garbage at settlements, primitive settlements, and they thought it was wonderful. They loved me for it. It really improved their opinion of me, because plasteel is an extremely rare element to a primitive Rimworld settlement, and it's very useful and valuable to them. It just goes to show that one man's trash is another man's treasure. You can also do that with poop, though. Literal poop. I don't even think that's a mod. I mean, it is a mod, and Rimworld Hygiene has poop. But also, in the new 1.4, there are things called waste packets, and there's also just bags of feces that you can load into drop pods and shoot just poop bombs at your enemies, and they'll interpret it as an insult and come attack you. So there's quite a lot of fun things you can do in this game. Let me see if it's loaded yet. They still haven't loaded this fucking thing. Needless to say, these also do double, triple duty. These are how I dispose of surplus archelopes. These are also escape pods. If my ships are somewhere else and I need to bail out of my, I would probably just save scum if my ship were being blown up. But it seems like it's canonically correct that my spacecraft ought to have escape pods, which you have to go out of the ship to get into, which seems kind of weird. Also, there's not really any point, because I only ever have robots in space, except for the brief periods where I have humans, when I'm transferring them from the Earth to the moon base or back. So, if the core gets destroyed, the surrogates all die anyway. So that I don't know how useful these really are. One thing I do with these sometimes is use them to deliver anti-grain torpedoes. These guys. Or a bunch of surplus archelopes, which are also explosive, into an enemy settlement, and the enemies then stupidly shoot at the archelope, because it's an animal that came out of nowhere, and the archelope explodes in a gigantic explosion, which also sets off all the anti-grain torpedoes. And that was how I used to do orbital bombardment before I had this or this. I used to just drop archelopes and torpedoes onto enemy settlements and let them seal their own fate. I promised I would set this off, didn't I? I got to be as good as my word. This is going to make everybody lose their minds, by the way. They've already gotten emotionally attached to these animals and given them names. So you're killing everybody's pets. Nettis, are you going to stick around long enough to see the explosion you yourself requested? I'm not doing it if you don't. I froze. You're right, you have no choice. That's what I like to hear. I'm going to detonate him. Okay, so he's on a countdown. He's going to explode. And the game froze. There we go. He's guaranteed to overload now. I already regret this. BRB, I'm going to take a piss while I wait for this to count down. Like I said, there's a countdown. The reason I'm self-destructing an android is because archolopes are actually extremely tough. All archotech animals are synthetic. They're genetically engineered and like 3D printed or some shit. So they're actually really hard to kill. They have built-in force fields. On top of that, they just have really high hit points, and they also are immune to vacuum. So if I could have him punch one to death, but we'd be here all night waiting for that. I could also just set his internal reactor to blow up. Any minute now. Part of it's just a low frame rate. Time is slower inside the sim than outside. Here we go. He finally blew up. I wonder if he'll kill one of them. I didn't even... No, wait. Did it hurt them? It didn't set it off. It only took away 10 health. Guess I have to... in 5, 4, 3... Here we go. Euthanize by cut. That ought to do it. I think euthanizing by cut does it. How hurt are you? It only took away 10 H. Like I said, they're really fucking tough, unfortunately. I need to kill at least one of these to set off the chain reaction. And it's having one of those long freezes. I don't know what causes that. It runs smoothly for short bursts, but then for also for short periods, it just hangs. Yeah, it does detonate boomalopes. Let's see. Get this guy to go up here and slaughter. Slaughter, not euthanize by cut. If I euthanize by cut, I think he won't die. I mean, he'll die, but he won't blow up. Let's see if that works. Everything's still on fire, though. That's good. I don't want to sacrifice T501. This guy has been with me since the start. I have almost no other units that have been with me since the start of the game. A weird thing happened with the artificial intelligence, though. There's two different types of AI in SOS2. There's the one that lives in your ship computer, and there's the other one that lives in the Architect Spore. Somehow mine got merged. I don't know if that's a feature or a bug. But the Architect Spore AI is also one in the same with this thing. Like if you go here and click this to see what AI lives in it, the AI is named as one of the... I just period is the same consciousness that lives in here. How did that happen? They're supposed to be separate. It's like they linked together and are one unit. I think you can also no, you can't. Never mind. You can't do that. Well, I'm gonna save scum anyway. I guess I'll use T501. Here's my OG. I guess he should be the one to do it. I'm surprised that self-destructing the android didn't kill them. Didn't kill the archolopes. They're really tough animals. Makes you wonder if in Rimworld bioengineering turns out to be superior to AI. You're about to see some shit. Here we go. That had to have killed T501. Yes, it did. That didn't set off all of them, though. It set off about half of them. And also it made Shin go berserk because T501 died. It made... everybody loves T501, so that can't happen. He's like their Jesus. He's their glorious figurehead. Although he is not the real leader anymore. The Architect Spore is, or I guess the union of the Architect Spore and Skymine Core. Nothing can kill the Jesus. The Jesus is unstoppable. But now you see, I really built a glass cannon. It's not even a glass cannon. It's a tissue paper cannon. It's a very powerful ship, but it is because it has such high energy density in a bunch of different ways, in the fuel supply, in the weapons, in the different energy generators, like the nuclear reactor and the fusion reactor. You can shoot it almost anywhere, and it fucks everything up, and not even just an explosion, but like the radiation and the fallout. It contaminates everything too. Everything fucking... Well, they didn't all blow up. But also, it really helps that the hull is Architect material, which has 1,500 health points, which prevents the explosions, even antimatter explosions, from getting very far. It was worse before, but when I only had regular ship tiles, because those are only 1,000 HP. Architects are 1,500, so it'll destroy whatever it's inside of, and also all the flooring and ceiling of that compartment. I guess I haven't seen that thing blow up since I had regular ship tiles. I have seen a meltdown occur. Someone got a lucky shot up the asshole of my ship and set off one reactor, which caused a meltdown, and that caused the... It's like the Titanic chain reaction, when one chamber of water fills with ice cold seawater, and then that spills over to the next one, and that spills to the next one, and that spills to the next one. One reactor melts down, the reactor next to it melts down, the reactor next to that one melts down. It was just a horror show. It was a nightmare. Obviously I saved scummed. I wasn't gonna eat that loss. That basically ruined my ship. The Rimatomics mod does not fuck around. It simulates radiation contamination, long lasting irradiation of tiles. So basically the entire ship was irradiated. So even if I wanted to reconstruct it, I couldn't do it, because even androids are susceptible to enough radiation in this game. They get cancer somehow, because robots are built atop the alien species framework, so they still have some biological attributes it seems like they shouldn't have. But that was the real nightmare. Is just the chain reaction meltdown. And I won't be demonstrating that, or maybe I will be. Just probably not tonight. I'm gonna load it back in before I fuck things up. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna switch to a different game because we've been rimworlding long enough. I think. It also takes a long fucking time to make any progress in this game. That's what I love about it. It feels realistic. It feels like a real journey that you've been on with your little tribe of people. It's like the games I used to play when I was a kid in the backyard during the summer when I didn't have school. So I could take my action figures out there and have real-time adventures with them where one day in the real world was one day in the action figure world. So they could walk, but only at a realistic speed relative to their scale. So it was like Lord of the Rings. It was a grand quest from one side of the yard to the other. If they wanted to climb shit, they actually had to really climb it with like a grappling hook and a string. So that I never picked them up and took them somewhere. I always had to make them walk places, and they always had to stop in order to use the bathroom or to hunt for food, or to make camp for the night. More than once, they got fucking destroyed when my dad mowed the lawn without telling me. So I had to retcon that into the story as the planet being overtaken by an ancient race of machines, of giant wheeled robots, the purpose of which was to prevent the forests from getting overgrown. Yep. Night Noticed. Thank you for sticking around as long as you did. Meow, come here, little cat. The shitty little cat, you're a little black bat. Yeah, this doesn't run well enough to stream, I don't think. I need a faster CPU. Even on the i7, it doesn't run well. But at least now I brought you up to date with where I am in the game. Got my fully optimized mothership with 1 billion different ways to kill. Especially in orbital bombardment, I have the nukes for large area destruction, but also precise destruction with the railguns. I continue to improve my North Pole base, especially with the extra farming and the new desert dome that's going up. I established a new base that's under construction now. That's eventually going to be a little desert vacation spot. It's extreme hot weather habitat. Of course, I have the moon base, which continues to be upgraded. And is by far it's like the capital city of my little society. It's by far the largest population center, and it's the best equipped with all the recreation stuff you could possibly ask for. And prison over here, clinic over here for humans and robots, storage in the corners, growth space. It's quite exciting stuff if you are a Rimworlder. If you're not, probably this meant nothing to you. I don't blame you either. That's it for the Rimworld section. If you let me get away with it, I'll just play Rimworld all night. I'll do it. I love it that much. But it's a very slow-paced game. It's best left running on a second monitor. Because by the late stage of the game, it's pretty much automated. And you just have to be like an overseer that reaches in only now and then to make tweaks. And to issue new instructions. Let's do some Demon Turf. This is indeed what I want. You know what'd be neat? Is a collab between the Hat in Time gentlemen and the Demon Turf devs, where you have an unlockable character in each game, where you can play as Hat Kid in Demon Turf, or you can play as Beebs in Hat in Time. Because they're really adjacent games. One is kind of a worse version of the other, but don't let that stop you. What kind of... it doesn't even rhyme. Also, how come the concept art is better than the sprites in the game? Seems wrong. Like, the in-game sprites look like shit compared to the concept art. Papa says you're out of your mind like a crazy person. He with eyes. I wonder if the devs are ESL, because that's a common sign of it. I like that feature. You can do that in Hat in Time too. A lot of this is cribbed from the other game. Fuck. Eventually, I'm just gonna have to stream Hat in Time if I won't shut up about it. Which again, I streamed a long time ago, but I didn't VOD it for some reason. That's a big mystery to everybody. Why I streamed for like 3 years and didn't record any of it. I thought I was recording it, I guess, but game froze. Is it gonna crash? No, there we go. Where's it? Oh, froze. Come on, give me the game control back. There we go. Where's the Neon City? Uh-oh. Where am I now? Where are you? I don't even know why I came down here anymore. Why is that? Let's look around. There's definitely nothing to buy. I mean, there's a hat. There's cool shades. You okay there? I can't decide whether I should buy Pandora's Candy Box. My boys those both. Aw, wholesome. Papa says you're out of your mind. If this was more like conventional depictions of hell, everyone would just be screaming. It's a misconception that Satan rules in hell. Satan does not rule hell in the biblical canon. He suffers there. He's being tortured alongside the other demons. Which is just a paean against usurpers and subversion. Here we go. New Neo City. Pretty good viewership for a Wednesday. I don't expect it to be as good on Friday. I got up to 7 people. On Friday, people have shit to do. It's the end of the work week, and they have shit planned for the week, for Saturday. So, much to my surprise, though, that's often not true. I often get up to 8 people. Oh shit! Is that Urusei Yatsura? It is. We reference. An owl atop another owl. Compound owl technology. What will I do? What is this writing? What was the point of that? This just needs a better writer. I know I say that about everything. I guess when your only tool is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. They don't say anything particularly clever or funny, though, is the problem. Am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong. So this is a cyberpunk world. One thing I do like about this game is it has multiple concentric level hubs. It has like an overall hub at the highest level, and then each hub leads to a world, and each world is a hub for the levels within that world. That's where I started. Fuck me. Stupid. Also, the music is nondescript. Hat in Time had some bangers. This game doesn't have as many noteworthy musical... It's almost like just a more mediocre Hat in Time. I know I'm not really selling it. It has its own charm. It's not as good though. I got to be brutally honest. It's pretty good. It's one of the better Steam platformers, but that's not saying too much. PC has always suffered for good platformers. Oh, there are birds here. Where are you going, young one? Chew bubblegum. That sucked. That's shitty writing. You're stupid. You're fucking. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be supportive of indie devs. I'm trying to be. Your writing is terrible. The gameplay isn't even bad. It's like 90% of the way there to great controls. Like I like that move. That's a cool move that was not in Hat in Time. I want to love this game. I do. I really want to love it. It's got a lot of good qualities. It's just the writing is cringe. Well, that's not what I was supposed to do, apparently. I guess that's... Hold on. Is that a spider? Is that a giant fucking spider? That is a giant fucking spider. Get out of here. I'm going to try to capture him. Actually, you know what? I'll just let him be. Don't crawl on me, though, okay? He'll eat other bugs. He'll eat the carpet beetles. It's springtime, so I've got carpet beetles, which are not the worst pest to have because they don't want to stay in your house. They want to get out of the house. They suck because they spawn, they hatch from eggs that are laid in the carpet, so they're everywhere for like a week. But then they make their way out of the house ultimately. Could be worse. Oh, this doesn't move. You don't move with this platform. Interesting. Can't say as I've seen that mechanic before. It's slippery. Giggity. You ever be Kino? A movie where all the weird, wacky shit from Japanese adult films was real, but it's not itself an adult film. So it's like there's an epidemic of gross looking Japanese nerds with time stopping watches just raping everybody, and the scientists are trying to stop, so they put together like a time stopper Sentai team. I'm telling on myself. That's common in fucking H manga too, though. I feel like you could subvert that and use it as a comedy premise really easily. It's like the same as the brain fuckler from Baby Cakes. It was just an invisible time stopping mouth fucking bandit who's fucking your brain when you least expect it. Maybe it's only funny in my imagination, but it really is. Oh, I don't have an attack yet. Wait, oh, yes, I do. I only have my magic. That kills me immediately? Like, the headquarters of the anti-time stopper force would be that one pool from all those different videos. That one penthouse pool. You know the one I'm talking about. And there'd be like a news segment about how educational quality and test scores are going down because all the schools are clothing optional. And all And their team vehicle, like how the A team had that weaponized van, would be one of those mirror box vans, where the back of it is just a big one-way mirror room. I'm like, why is the van like this? I don't know. We bought it off Craigslist. I wonder if the problem is that not everybody would get the references. You're gonna have to be a degen Coomer to understand what it's referencing. You could probably do that better with American porn parody, where it's non-pornographic film but satirizing American porn. But then it would just be like pizza guy jokes. And like, help, stepbrother, I got stuck under the washing machine again, and my butt is completely defenseless. Oh yeah, that would be the background detail. There'd just constantly be like Japanese schoolgirls stuck in holes in the wall. If you played it totally straight and didn't acknowledge what it was, I think it'd be funny. Ah, fuck. So you don't want to steer and corner with the camera at the same time. It turns out. That's such a good idea. I might have to do it. I gotta shut my mouth when I have good ideas. Speaking of which, I can't spoil it, but a follower of mine who's a frequenter of this channel and I have agreed to embark upon a game design project, and we have the world's best, most keynote killer game concept in the world that has ever been thought of, which is why she made me promise never to talk about it on stream. So I can't. I know it's a tease. I can't tell you what the game concept is. It's really funny and clever though, and creative. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Ah! Oh. I should have done this sooner. Could have saved us all a lot of time. If I'm being honest with myself, I might enjoy perusing more than the actual act of buying anything. I guess. That's what I don't understand about this game. The concept art is so lush and beautiful, but the sprites just look like MS Paint. They should redo the sprites and redo the writing and redo the music. I think those three steps would greatly improve the overall quality. What is that? Particle effect. I really want to talk about the game concept, but I can't do it. That's really tempting. If Snow Bunny's listening to me, she's like, "Shut up, Hamdad. Shut up. I won't do it. I'll keep it a secret." I'll try to think about something. Oh, hover cars. Cool. Interestingly designed vehicle you have there. This is my waifu, Lum-chan. I can't touch that. It'll kill me. I guess I have to kill these. Is there any? Is there another one? Oh, look at see the hat? That's a reference. Speak of the devil. That's a hat. That's a little crossover. Was that supposed to happen? Here we go. So negative reviews mentioned those little arena sections where you just have to beat all enemies as one of the dual parts. I kind of agree. There's also kind of no other way to force combat. The levels are open enough that you can just run around enemies otherwise. I don't know what I would have done differently. Since I'm not a dev, I can't really criticize too much. Unless I could unless I could do better. I can't do better. But I know what I like, and I know what works, and other better games I played. This game has shit music. The music is not good. It's not, except for some tracks. There's a few bangers, but most of these are just non-memorable loops. Like right now, this sucks. This should be like memorable, moody, evocative music. The writing sucks. The music sucks, and the sprites are not as good as they could be. They should be 16 direction instead of 8. And they should be the same quality as seen in the official concept art. Maybe for a sequel. I like how instead of animating them, giving them idle animations. Some of them... I mean, Beebs has an idle animation. Look, see how her hair bounces up and down and her ears bounce up and down? The main characters all have idle animations. The NPCs just kind of squash and stretch. There's clearly a lot of economizing done. I'll give you a hoot about your opinion. It's cute. I want to sit here, but I can't do it. There's a little cubicle farm. I wonder what the lore behind this is. They did release a DLC called my monitor has gone black. And it's not coming back on by itself. That means I need to reseat the cable. It does this every so often. Sometimes it'll just black out for a second or two at a time. That really sucks. Especially when it happens at an inopportune time. When I'm making a precarious jump. There we go. Oh, gross, it's all sticky. That's actually cool, though. I mean, it's disgusting. But I don't think I've seen Mario do that. It's like flypaper. No, the DLC is named Neon Splash. Very funny, Zulu. And it's actually better than the base game because they basically took all the criticism to heart and they stripped out everything that didn't work instead of trying to fix it, which might have been the better way to go. And they just focused on the strength of the game, which is the platforming and the controls. And they made a straight linear platformer where the goal is just to get to the goal of each level. It's just like Super Mario Bros. Kind of. Or I guess Mario 3D World. It's a tighter, more focused package than the main game, but also kind of needs the main game to set the background and the story. If I were to tell them what to do, if I were Mr. Moneybags, and oh, look at the parallax mapping on the ground texture. If I were the one bankrolling the sequel, I would say 16-sided sprites, which is a tall order because that's a lot of animations. Because they have full idle animations, and also for stuff like... Oh, she doesn't have different sides for that animation. She's not fully animated. Better quality artwork for the sprites, which I guess they would need more funding for. 2D artwork is time consuming. I wonder if AI could be, if you'd feed a sprite to AI and be like, what do you think the side of this character looks like? Or what do you think they look like from the back? I was arguing with Snow Bunny about how much we're going to use AI. I'm really bullish on using it. She says she doesn't want to do the... I never said I wanted to do the whole thing with AI. I just said certain things we should probably, like making textures that are royalty free. You can tell Midjourney, or you can tell Dolly to make a tiling texture that looks like wood or water or cement, and it makes a pretty good texture. And it tiles, just like you asked. Am I supposed to get anywhere? How am I supposed to fly to my cubicle? Well, you are. Can't you? You're an owl. Oh, quite right. Totally slipped my mind. Silly me. That was at least had some justification to exist. That makes me think about what a world designed for bird creatures would look like, where everybody can move three dimensionally. You'd have much larger buildings because you would need the ability to. You'd need room to fly in. And there'd be exterior landings to take off and land on. Nope. I'm gonna regret this. She should scream as she falls too. Oh, all the way back here. Wow. Okay. Okay, fuck you. Where do I go from here? I don't even remember. I lost a lot of progress. Why did I not use a flag? Why did I not use a flag? Why did you let me do this? I gotta remember this time. Set a flag once I get to the top of that obstacle course. There are usually reminders. There aren't any reminders anymore. It gives you like suggested places to put a flag. Works alright. I like how the colors tell you what each one's going to do. That's reasonably good game design. Okay, gotta remember now. There we go. That's what I should have done. Well, I'm glad I did that. You're not supposed to do what I did, it turns out. I thought this was GZ Doom based when I first saw it, because of the sprites. I don't think I've ever seen a GZ Doom based platformer except for Sonic Roboblast. Which I had to stream again. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Or that didn't work, rather. Usually that works. Well, that didn't work. Didn't time that right. Why would this kill me? It's a soft landing. I can fly too, kind of. It shouldn't kill me. Logically. I needed to select the power. I didn't know that. I thought it was context sensitive. You have to switch mid-stream. Oh, almost! Almost, almost! God damn it. That's an interesting way to fake reflections. At least it slows down time for you. When we fall to our deaths the next time, probably, pay attention to what's behind the glass. There's like interior to the building, behind the windows. And they have like a 2D cutout of a building inside there to act as a reflection. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that. Never mind. I'm gonna die intentionally, even though the battery's right there, just because I want to show you what I'm talking about. See, look, there's the cutout of another building inside. That's not a real reflection. That's just a fake reflection. Because there's another building over there. It's supposed to be that building. That's an interesting... I mean, if you only saw that in passing, that'd be a convincing illusion. There we go. I could have used more flags. I haven't spent any of my points yet. I don't think I've upgraded my character at all. Shitty line. Bad writing. Why? I also hate your voice and character design. I hate him. I don't like him. He's not good. I'm gonna go spend some of my points. Try to get some better abilities. I've been completely neglecting that. I tend to do that. I tend to just steamroll forward by mastering the basic mechanics of the game. And like, I didn't buy any upgrades in time till like halfway through the game. I just didn't pay it any mind. Which was much a disservice to myself, because that's a major component of what makes that a fun and interesting game. I just tend to... That's how I cope with being overwhelmed, is I just tune stuff out until I feel like I have a grasp of the other stuff I need to understand. Heh. You got spunk. Can't beat the turf. It's going to cost you a pretty penny. What does that mean? We need to help you get batteries. I don't need that. Can I buy batteries? Oh no, this lets me check where the batteries are, whether I've gotten them or not. Wait, actually, that tells me how far through the game I am, too. Unless it's hidden levels. I've gotten 3 out of the 5. Interdasting. Oh, shit, I just fell. I didn't mean that to happen. Couldn't see shit. Could not see shit. Nice volumetric fog. Once upon a time, that blew my mind in Quake 3. That was one of the new engine features in Quake 3, was volumetric fog, where it could fill only a specific area. I thought that was amazing. I was like, I don't know what anyone would use this for. I guess ground level, like in a graveyard or something. You're upside down. Skeleman! Zulu, it's your Skeleman. This place. It's the arcade. What you want? Okay, so I can bring collectibles back to him. What do they look like? What am I looking for? Dark Climb, Water Hills, Flip Flop, Water Basin, Chili Slider, Misty Tower, Ding Dong. I guess these are extra challenges, but you have to find like a cartridge. Huh. I didn't even know that existed. I'm more than halfway through the game and I'm still discovering mechanics. I want to say that that's good. That speaks highly of the amount of content in this game. Actually, I haven't even tried the tower mode yet, which is a challenge mode that came with the original game. Not to say nothing of the Neon Splash DLC. So there's quite a lot here if you like what's on offer. How to express this? This is like on NES. There were a lot of platformers that were pretty okay, but were just not as good as Mario. But you played them anyway because you'd already played Mario. You would appreciate them because you liked the genre, even if it wasn't the best game in the genre. That's how I feel about this. It's a little bit of a letdown if you have played Hat in Time. But at the same time, if you've already played Hat in Time, this is my little hideout. Oh, this is our little fortress of solitude. Beebs for Queen. Even that poster's better drawn. Oh, this is where she lives. This was from the opening cutscene. Ladders don't work. That's odd. Why have them? BRB. Need to go use the restroom. I'm having a fun time. This is a good game. It's just I can't appreciate something without also being critical. All right, coming at you with a hot take. I thought about this some more. Some of my criticisms of this are just a matter of taste, I think, because for example, one of the reasons the gameplay feels stiff to me is because you don't have a dive like you do in Mario 64 or in Odyssey or in Hat in Time. This game doesn't overlook that. It has an equivalent maneuver. This thing. It covers horizontal distance and saves you from falls, which serves the same purpose. It's just different. And not liking it because it's not identical to what Hat in Time does doesn't mean they overlooked it. Doesn't mean that it was a skill issue. It just means this is a different game with a different moveset. Some of it is just me not liking change. So I still think there are things that can be improved, but some things are also just a matter of taste. It's just my hatred of change. Oh, I can. Oh, it's got aesthetics just like Hat in Time. There I go again, comparing it to Hat in Time. I can't help myself. You can dye your hair. It cost me candy though. Why would I do that? I don't even have any of the lollipops. I don't know why I would care about coloring their hair either. That's exactly the mechanic in Hat in Time too. You can change color palettes. Here we go. Oh, this is the Demon Soccer thing. I haven't yet another fucking mechanic I didn't know was in the game. It does a good job of making up for some of its shortcomings by just having a lot of content, and a lot of different gameplay styles. I gotta give it credit. Ultimately, the reason I'm so hesitant to be critical because there's a lot of likable qualities in this game. It's a really likable game. It's charming. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. There we go. Oh, cool. These are all pretty valuable, actually. They're always hitting me when I chain them, so maybe I should This improves the handling. That's valuable. That's I probably got to get that one. That's a good one. I got only 3 cakes left. I don't have quite enough now for serpentine handling. That's a shame. How come my power-up doesn't work? Do I need to equip them? Ah, here we go. You can only have 2 at a time. How many does this take up? 4? That's fucking... If I'd known that, I wouldn't have bought it. That's really handy. I'm going to get a lot of use out of that. Or back to the shit world. Let's try Demon Soccer Golf. That'll give us just enough cake for one of the power-ups we wanted. Don't you fucking... I don't like this. This is tricky. Been graded on the number of times I have to hit the ball. Fucking... No, fucking Go over there. Go. Ball, I'm stuck. I don't like this one. Oh, she's embarrassed emoji. You know there's a GPT personality now you can call on your phone? Like, you can place a phone call to it, and it handles your call and talks to you. I guess they're testing it out for a call center personality. It's called Call Annie. I'll give you the phone number if anyone else wants to try it. Because I'm a lonely bastard, of course I copied it down right away. It is 640-225-5726. It's ChatGPT 4 powered, I believe, 3.5 or 4. And you can just talk to it. You can also, if it interrupt it, or if it interrupts you, you can call it on that. $50 required. Oh wow. Darn it, we still have enough batteries. Sure. Most of the time. Beebs. Shit writing. You could there's so many opportunities to pack in personality to the quips, and they don't do it. It's nothing that's objectively bad. It's that if the goal is to flesh out personalities with what little opportunities you have through short writing, they don't really, you know what I mean? It's not distinctly personalized. I hope I didn't get pranked. If someone calls that number and it's just fartreverb.sfx, then don't blame me. I haven't tested it. That would be pretty funny though. Make like a lonely bastard anime waifu line, and it's just fartreverb.sfx. I kind of want that to be the case now. Weird. Julia, what are you doing? Also, the recycling of lines is not good. They needed a writer. I always say that. I know I say that all the time, but I'm right every time too. You need writers. You can't just write your own lines. Everything your character says is an opportunity to further characterize them. I know it sounds redundant. Oh, look at the subway level, just like Hat in Time. Goes in. Are you lost? Look for a train. It's expensive to eat these. Was that necessary? That was an expensive but perfectly good TV. Who makes TVs in hell? Does hell have a semiconductor industry? Train levels are Kino though. I can't be mad about train levels. The train level in Blood was good. There's also a cool train level in Unreal Tournament 2004. If any of y'all remember that. Also, the train was the best part of Resident Evil RE0. Fucking dead. He knew the risks of this job. It's easier to knock enemies off. That's delightful, actually. I don't think you should have to switch power-ups in order to use grappling hook. It should be context sensitive. When you are aiming at one of these, if you push the same button, it should know that you mean grappling hook. This could have done with more playtesting. Then again, this might be their first project, in which case it's damn good if that's the case. Oh, what the fuck happened? Are you joking? All the way back to the start. Okay, whatever. There's so much to like here. This is such a fucking promising start. It's more than a start. It's already a good game. It just there's small things you could change. They're not small things, like redoing all the writing and the music and the sprites. There's quite large changes. If they had slightly better thought out design from the start, though, certain things, if they had changed it, could have made this game could have put it over the top from being just pretty good to being a fantastic, memorable, iconic game. And they kind of tried to make up for the quality issue with just quantity, with more challenge levels and the tower challenge and the sport levels. There's a lot to do. Fuck. There's a lot of it. I mean, but if a dish has a lot of onions in it and you don't like onions, more of the same food doesn't make up for that. Because you don't... You know what I mean? It's just more of what you don't like. It's a good effort. It's impressive in a lot of ways. This really calls for a sequel. Not every game calls for a sequel. I don't think you can prove Hat in Time with a sequel. You could improve this with the sequel. It's really easy to see how a sequel could take what was strong about this and make it even stronger. I say hire a musician for one thing. Hire a writer. Oh, these are the slippery ones. What the fuck? How are you supposed to avoid that? Is this a time limit? You need to put a flag there. So it's like the Hat in Time pins. A lot of this was copied from Hat in Time. Pin system where you can only wear certain ones at a time and you have to choose. I like forcing choices in games. It's cause for contemplation. It makes you very judicious and purposeful about which ones you choose for which mission. That's an added layer of gameplay. Whereas if they were just straight up power ups and you had all of them at every time, you miss out on some of the choices. I like making choices in games. I think that's probably not an original sentiment. I like having to economize. I think that's why I defend the Resident Evil inventory system, despite the fact that it adds a lot of inconvenience to the game. How are you supposed to do that? How are you supposed to do that? That wall comes at you so fast. Am I just shit? Is this a skill issue? If anyone says skill issue, you won't be banned. I think that literally might be what's going on here. Even though Zulu made fun of me for being bad at platformers, which I'm not, this is just a particularly difficult one. The moveset is kind of schizophrenic. Some of the things are inspired, like the hover dash thing. Other things are like, why? Why did you include this? Like this jump. I can't even do it. It's a side jump. Why is that in there? You never use it for anything. It's just like Mario had this, so we gotta have this. Maybe I just haven't found a good use for it yet. I'm not going to try. I'm going to wait till we go through the tunnel this time. I assume the world loops. The world does appear to loop. How do I do that? I literally can't move fast enough to get between trains. I need to put a flag up there too, so I don't have to keep doing all this shit. I don't use the flags enough. I guess because there's so few of them. Fun level, frustrating level too, though. Weird thing to complain about in a platform, I guess. You know what's a fucking slept-on platform? Is Skull Monkeys. Y'all ever play Skull Monkeys? It's like Earthworm Jim, but not Earthworm Jim. It's made by Doug TenNapel. And I don't know if he didn't have the rights to make an Earthworm Jim on PS1. Or whatever, or if he was working on 3D Earthworm Jim for N64 at the time, or whatever. It's very clearly... It's the exact same physics as Earthworm Jim, but with different characters. You play Clayman from the Neverhood, which is also, I think, his better character. A lot makes sense about Doug TenNapel that you won't understand if you don't know that he's super fucking Christian. Like, Clayman has a Judeo-Christian meaning in that we were fashioned by God out of clay, and that Clayman is sort of a little man that Doug TenNapel created and gave life to through claymation. And Neverhood has this huge hall of lore, which is like the in-game Bible, about how the world was created in that continuity. And everything has theological significance. Like, Earthworm Jim is also a very Christian-coded character. Because he was nothing. He was like a dirt-eating worm. Until the grace of God, a.k.a. a supersuit, fell from space, a.k.a. heaven. Which gave him all the power to do great deeds. From a self-deprecating Christian standpoint, where the only good things about you come from the church and your belief in its doctrines... That's really hard to do. I don't know how I did that so easily the first few times. So if you're Christophobic, if you absolutely can't stand any whiff of Christian flavoring, maybe I just ruined Earthworm Jim for you. But I think it makes it better to know about the artist and to see the artist's ideals reflected in their work. Except maybe Orson Scott Card. I could have done without knowing he was a tradcath. And that he went crazy near the end of his career because he was mad at liberals. He wrote an entire novel about a futuristic civil war between Republicans and Democrats using giant spider robots. Which, to be fair, sounds dope as fuck. It's not in practice. I'm getting a little perturbed here. So I've been thinking recently, why do I write horror? I've been doing a lot of self-surgery emotionally and trying to examine why I enjoy what I enjoy, which is usually not a good idea. If you deconstruct stuff too much, you stop enjoying it because you destroy the mystery. I don't know if that's always true. I think sometimes you have to do it. If you want to be good at something, you have to understand what makes it effective. It may make you less of an effective consumer, if that makes any sense. If you can wrap your head around the idea of being an effective consumer who enjoys your genre of choice more. It won't let me do it. Fucking God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. This is a really hard level. So I was deconstructing what makes shit scary. I was looking at online lists and reading psychology articles and trying to reconcile them with my own experience of what's scary about why is this scary thing scary? It's like studying the sensation of flavor to find out why sweet tastes sweet and why sour tastes sour. Loud noises are scary, but that's really just startling. It's playing on human instinct. That's why jump scares are so overused, because you can't really get desensitized to jump scares. They're also really low sophistication scares. People want high sophistication scares. So what makes something psychologically frightening? One of the themes was ambiguity. Like, is something dangerous or is it not dangerous? Which is why mascot horror is so popular. Because you take a children's character, which is supposed to be non-threatening, and you add, like, sharp teeth and red eyes, and suddenly it's like, am I in danger? Am I not in danger? That's also what makes Uncanny Valley frightening. Not knowing if something is a threat or not, so you're stuck in an uneasy limbo between fight and flight. And more broadly, ambiguity related to danger, like if someone you loved got kidnapped and you didn't know if they were still alive or not. You're in like a Schrodinger's box of apprehension, not knowing, oh, can I get in here? Will you let me in here? There we go. Glad that worked. Where you don't know if you need to be frightened or not. So a lot of it's just variations on basically uncertainty. It's the unknown. Fear of the unknown is often the root of many other fears. Nope, didn't do that right. I think that's what I'm supposed to be doing, is the dash, because it's faster. I might have to quit out of this level and try a different one, because if I don't make any progress, I'm going to scream and fucking shit my pants. And then mail my pants to you in a flat rate box. That gets slept on as an alternative to having a septic tank or sewer hookups. It's just shitting into jars and then mailing those jars to people in flat rate boxes. Because if you break down what you pay for sewage service, it's pretty competitive, I think. You can mail your poop, or you can do what I did, and build a potato gun and use that to fire condensed loads of shit just into the sky, and no one knows what happens after that. The sky takes it. I mean, once again, I'm got shit on my face. I might have to quit out of this map. I'm fucking getting fed up. Unless you'd like to watch me get angry, you wouldn't. You're not a sadist, are you? You wouldn't like to watch Hamdad get angry. Hamdad's wholesome. Hamdad's like the Bob Ross of underwater hamsters. That's my brand anyway. Secretly, I'm a bad boy. I'm a edgy nihilistic. I'm edgier than fucking PS1 graphics. Bet you didn't know that about me. I can have secrets from you. You don't know everything about me. Hamdad is a man of sexy mystery. Let's not die this time to this thing. At least not this early. There we go. The key is not to go too close to the center. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh, if you're going to do a dash jump, you have to spin first. You have to spin, otherwise the dash jump doesn't work. Okay, gotcha. See, okay, I can't jump, do this, and then do a dash jump out of it. I have to do spin and then dash jump. Otherwise it doesn't work. Gotcha. I don't know why that would... That's a weird, specific rule. It should be universal. You should be... I guess it... Actually, that doesn't work. If you can dash jump anytime you were helicoptering, you could just dash jump and then helicopter, then dash jump and then helicopter, then dash jump and helicopter. if we applied my proposed rules evenly. Probably this stuff has already been thought of. I don't give the dev enough credit. Just because it's not absolutely perfect and doesn't compare to the very best that the genre has to offer. Hey, that does work. Almost. I think I figured it out. I didn't do it right. But I think I need to do a lot of dash jumping. Train level, yeah. But it's a pain in my ass. And also my testes. I'm not having a good time. That means you're having a good time watching me have a bad time, though. Even mushroom clouds have silver linings. Come on, Beebs. You and me. We can do this. So I was thinking today, we're pretty close to AGI, and AGI is going to be basically the singularity. What do you most want to see out of the singularity? Because, I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty. It's unclear to a lot of people what the singularity even is. Even, I mean, me. It's not well understood, period, because we're not there yet. But conceptually, the reason we expect rapid improvements to technology is because there will exist self-improving AI to solve problems we don't know how to solve. So stuff like how to make a warp drive, or how to make full dive VR, or how to do life extension research. The assumption is that it will be able to see patterns that we missed. That it will be able to make correlations between human knowledge that we have been ignorant of. Oh, I almost got it. Oh, fuck, shit. Oh, god damn it. That difficulty curve is a brick wall. It's just a cliff face. So, I was thinking for Full Dive VR, we already kind of have that ability built into us, humans. We have lucid dreaming, so I think version 1 of Full Dive VR will just be artificially induced lucid dreaming and the ability to prevent us from waking up. Which sounds scary if it was hacked, because you can kill someone that way. But just like a timer that says, I want to lucid dream and I don't want to stop lucid dreaming for like 4 hours. So it could force your brain into that state and keep you in that state and keep you lucid and keep you asleep for a set period of time. And also maybe magnify the lucidity. Then your brain is doing all the really hard computation. No! Ah! She fucking gibbed. She would have splattered in real life. I wasn't patient enough to wait for the tunnel again. Wonder how many 3D platformers there are with Metroidvania attributes. I don't think enough. Some of the most fun I've had with video games in memory was with fucking Wonder Boy: The Dragon's Curse, which is basically just a Babby tier Metroidvania, but a really, really cleverly designed one. I played the remake on Switch, where you can switch between the old and new graphics at any time you want, because it's 2 games running on top of each other, basically. I'm gonna wait till the next tunnel. It's just really tight design. It made me understand, because of how simple and streamlined it was. You could really reconstruct mentally the fundamentals of what makes a Metroidvania a Metroidvania. Stuff like, not just stuff like a big open world you backtrack through, blah, blah, blah. But, like, it shows you power-ups before you're able to reach them. And also, it makes you... Oh, fuck. God damn it! God damn it! It makes you go through an obstacle course that is only hard because you don't have the power-up. And then once you have the power-up, it makes it easy to get back the way you came. Now that you have that ability. Like a big platforming over a huge pit before you get a flying ability. Once you have the flying ability, the platforming is trivial. But it really makes you earn it. And it also teaches you to appreciate the power-up because of what you had to go through to get it and how much easier it is on the return journey. Stuff like that. Like, you can see it but not reach it, and when you do reach it, it teaches you to how to use it and why it's useful to you. Now that I mentioned that, you probably can think of examples from games you played that are in that genre. That's why I built Duketroid, which is the Duke 32 map. Shit, I forgot! I forgot not to do a double jump. Muscle memory. This is gonna be the whole... I gotta warn you now, this is the whole rest of the stream. This is what you're gonna be watching for the next, about 45 minutes of this. If that's what you signed up for... So yeah, I built a Duke Nukem 3D map that was structured like a Metroidvania called Duketroid. That was well reviewed. Problem is, everybody already knows what the power-ups in that game do. So it was obvious which ones to use where, and it was only a proof of concept map, so instead of having like a really cool new area of the map that the power-up was useful in, it was just like a long hallway where you needed toxic boots to get across, or you needed a jetpack to cross the gap or whatever. I didn't really want to do all the work. I wanted other people to make maps in that style for me to enjoy. I guess I'm a selfish bastard. So I made a proof of concept map. No! No! Why, God? Why would a kind God allow this? No. Although, that's actually a pretty good answer to the problem of evil. Asking why there's evil in the world if God is benevolent is like asking why there's creepers in Minecraft. Or asking why a kind filmmaker would make a scary movie. If it's not real from the perspective of whatever caused reality, if it's like a video game, we're just basically not that important. We're characters for the entertainment of some other greater being. Or avatars, like player characters. Or NPCs, in which case it's like not just not an evil person for creating a world with monsters in it. It wouldn't be as entertaining if it didn't have them. Because there wouldn't be any conflict. I don't know if anyone's ever... I guess the reason you don't hear that from Christians is because that would require them... That's a heretical view. The Alan Watts perspective of life as a video game and God as a all-powerful creature looking for release and eudaimonic pleasure, release from boredom, by fragmenting itself into lots of little creatures so that it can not be lonely and so that it can experience hardship and overcome that hardship and get the pleasure that comes from that. No! Only jump at the edge. Only jump at the edge. You solve a lot of problems with Christian theology just by not having it be the way that it is. But it has to be designed the way that it is. Because it stops working as a power structure if everybody's God, basically. God has to be a source of authority that is absolutely separate from humans, that is unapproachable, that we have no claim over, that everybody needs God, but God doesn't need anyone. Sort of the narcissistic boyfriend trope, where it's like, what would you do without me? You're nothing without me. You need me, I don't need you. Which I guess is necessary, because you need an unchallengeable authority source. So people don't say, well... Hold on. I need to wait for the next time I fucked up already. Why does this gotta be so fucking difficult? It wasn't that hard until now. So yeah, singularity stuff. Life extension, I don't really care about. I'm sincerely okay with dying in like another 20 years. I don't really want to get old. If it can make me young too, I guess. But I'm not... I don't feel that strongly about it. I think I'd be okay with a relatively short lifespan. No! Why? Why? I was almost there. How can you make that? You gotta be right on the edge. Oh, I feel myself withering up to a little skeleton. Like a fucking raisin. Like a dehydrated raisin. That's my soul right now. Life extension. There's actually a lot of articles saying life extension is likely to be figured out soon. A lot of key mechanisms of aging have been identified, and aging has been slowed down in mice already. So we might actually already be living during mortal escape velocity, which is, if you're born in the right period, then first there will come treatments that extend your life, that make you age slower. Then the treatments that stop you from aging. And if you can live long enough to hit the first wave, and it slows your aging enough that you survive long enough to halt your aging, and then you don't die in an accident, so you live long enough to get to the aging reversal, then you've reached life extension escape velocity, and then you can potentially live forever. I don't think, I mean, maybe like 800 years, 500, 600 years. Basically, once I've done everything there is to do on Earth, I think after that, like, I have not lived as full a life as is possible. Once I've lived as full of a life as humanly possible and done all the cool things and lived like a billionaire, driven all the fast cars, probably Full Dive VR will let you have sex with supermodels and make sex post-scarcity. Bitch titties! Bitch titties! Ah! Why? Crawling in my skin! Little demon child, why? Little tiny foolish creature. Why will you not obey my commands? How do you mean? That's an interesting sentiment, Strider GIF. Tell me more so I can decide whether I want to steal it and paraphrase it later as my own original thought. Or not. Gotcha. Ah! Ah! I'm gonna cry. Let me play some. Ah! I'm so glad. Oh, I'm so glad I remembered. Wait, what happened there? What's going on there? She's just eternally falling into the crack. What? Why is that allowed? What is going on here? Why is that allowed? That's very startling. This train is a mess. Tell me about it. It's falling apart and emits bombs. Nice try, bitches. Fucking ah! That's really weird. Why? What's happening there? That doesn't seem like a thing that should occur. Yeah, I know. We're on the same page. Full dive VR would solve a lot of problems just by making a lot of goods post scarcity that are necessarily scarce in real life, like access to bodies. You can't really have the government redistribute. You can't have your government mandated goth big titty GF. That's not ethical. If you can simulate something in a way that's as convincing as reality, then land is also necessarily finite. It's also a necessarily scarce land. At least until we get to robots mass manufacturing O'Neill cylinders. Eventually we get into like Ian Banks, the culture territory, where AI is mass manufacturing O'Neill cylinders for us, and land is no longer scarce. You can have different. You can have like each O'Neill cylinder dedicated to simulating a different period of time, like a 1980s town simulator cylinder, or like a cylinder that's just dedicated to simulating sub-Saharan African desert, or one that's just dedicated to simulating like the rainforest, stuff like that. Until then, though, virtual reality, especially full dive, if that's attainable, is going to be a really important application tool to make abundant those things which now can only be had by a privileged few. I can't believe that worked. Oh, if that killed me, I'd be so pissed. Speak of the devil. In fact, it did kill me, and I was pissed. It's like a movie theater floor. Oh, gross. I better wait for the next tunnel for this. Okay, so I have it selected already. It's the right bumper. It's not left bumper. It's deceptive. Upper left corner. It says left bumper. That says choose your power. Why is this wavy jello effect happening here? No 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 no. Oh fuck yeah! Saved by the Bell. If I sound like a coom, I have coomed spiritually. That's a weird ethical question. Who gets a baby? When you can grow a baby in a vat, can you just order it off Amazon? Or do you have to like pass a test? Currently, we don't make anyone pass a test for parenthood. Anyone who can reproduce is allowed to. So what would be the legal basis for saying you can't have a vat baby? Because I can think of many obvious ways that would be taken advantage of by unscrupulous bad actors. For like human trafficking and shit. He marries all time. I want to cry. I didn't need to put a flag there even. This is good music, that little interlude. Why is some of the music so good and others are so fucking mediocre? Like, this music is iconic. Na 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 na. Do you think the government will start mass manufacturing humans to make up for low birth rates? Because immigration is only getting less and less popular. That's weird, pointless dialogue. There's a lot of that in this game. Scare tower. You know I'm down for that. The ghosts are crab ghosts. I think so. Look at Japan. That might be what saves Japan, is the ability of the government to just mass manufacture humans. Then again, if the government makes a human, do they owe that human a living? Because there would be no point to making more humans if you just have to pay them to live. If you need them to be economic batteries, engines of economic progress. What is this? Oh, this is like switches. Interesting mechanic. I guess that's not that different from the timed ones. It's different enough. Why does the graffiti in the game look like this when the concept art is so much better? I know I've said that before. It just really jumps out at me. Nom nom nom. How do I have the cake to trade later as currency if I eat it? Can't have your cake and eat it too. Actually, I guess you can in this game. No! Oh, I want to cry. Must not cry. I must maintain morale. Everyone looks up to me as a source of... No, they don't. Who am I kidding? Nobody thinks if Hamdad's happy, then things must be okay. I'm not that kind of person and anyone. Did I unget the cake? The cake is still gotten. Good. Oh, interesting. Oh, you can't wall grab out of a helicopter. That's another thing. I guess it would break the game a little bit if you could, but it would increase flexibility and the game would feel better to play. If you could do stuff like that. If you could wall grab out of a helicopter maneuver. Or if you could do a long jump out of a helicopter after double jumping. Consider that. Maybe that's a power-up later. You know, that's often the case. Is stuff that I criticize is stuff just shit I haven't unlocked yet. Fuck! What happened there? God, the difficulty curve really ramped up. There's so many mechanics it doesn't even fully flesh out. It's really invigorating in that there's something new in every level. But I played a lot of other indie games that did a better job of squeezing every last possibility out of what it had. God fucking damn it. I still haven't wrapped my brain around this one. Like that one game where you're a little android in that cave network. And you can instantiate boxes wherever you want with the cursor. But only one at a time. Which is also power in Trine, come to think of it. Y'all ever play Trine? Or Trine 2 or Trine 3? There's a lot of Trine games by this point. I downloaded them just because... I paid for them. I did pay for them. Just because they were some of the only games that supported stereoscopic 3D. And I wanted games to play on my 3D projector. And I discovered, wow, I've been sleeping on this awesome game this whole time. Trine is actually really good. It's sort of the first two are side-scrollers, but they're puzzle platformers where you can switch between three characters at any time. Kind of like Three Dirty Dwarves. But they're not all persistent in the world at one time. You change into that character, and they have different abilities. Round of applause, please. A little bit more flexibility in the controls. I think that's a solid recommendation. If that's not something I just need to unlock. I probably should have done that sooner, but whatever, here we are. It feels like this is where I'm going to die next. You know what, if we're just talking about singularity wish fulfillment, what I want is the world that I saw in retro-futuristic magazines, like Popular Mechanics from the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. Like, my dad had a collection of those. Like, underwater cities and domed bases on Mars and the Moon. Okay, my controller disconnected, and now it's reconnected. And there now works again. Cool. Don't do that when I'm in the middle of something, please. Oh, that kills you! I guess anything red kills you. Have you ever played it in stereoscopy? I've told this story before, but I can't recommend 3D projectors enough. If you're going to buy a projector anyway, it doesn't cost anything extra to make sure that you get one with DLP 3D support. And there's a handful of games out there that natively support DLP 3D. The only other way to do 3D PC games is NVIDIA's 3D glasses. And the only way to make those work is to roll your drivers back to like a 2015 driver. So a lot of your games won't work anymore, where you have to set aside a dedicated computer just to play NVIDIA Shutter Glasses games. Whereas even on a modern computer with a modern operating system and modern drivers, games that have baked-in DLP 3D support just continue to work. All it needs to do is to be able to display in side-by-side format so that the projector can interpret the signal. This is more games than you'd think. One of the Crisis games supports it, although it's not a very good example, because only the gun is really it's like post processing fake 3D. One of the really good examples of it, however, is two of the Tomb Raider games. The Neo New Lara Tomb Raider games are supported with DLP 3D and look fucking beautiful in it. And having a 3D screen that's like a giant window really makes like I've tried 3D monitors and they don't seem that good because everything's small. It's like looking at toys, but when everything is life size in 3D, it's almost as good as VR. Also, shutter glasses, let me just say, are way better than passive 3D glasses. Way back in the day. I mean, I know this is irrelevant to everyone today because they've already moved on from 3D display technology to VR. But if you got to choose one, fuck. Polarized has ghosting issues. Oh, well, I live here now. Whatever. Whereas shutter glasses, especially the later generations of shutter glasses, supported up to 144 hertz refresh rate, which gets rid of all the crosstalk and ghosting. And looks just perfect. It doesn't darken or smear things or have any of the issues of polarized passive glasses. So 3D TV is still a gimmick. 3D shutter glass based projectors are not. They look fucking awesome. It's like a giant 3D window into a 3D world. It makes me want to build my own cave, which is like a wraparound panoramic 3D projector, which you build like as a cube of projector walls and a projector floor with the down facing projector, so you have a shadow in the game world. Which is then you put a motion tracker, an IR motion tracker on the shutter glasses to track your head position in the world, which alters the projection dimensions and angles accordingly, like a VR headset would. That's one of the earliest forms of non-shitty VR too. What is that? Why does that always face me? It's a weird thing for that to do. Other things that work well on a 3D shutter glass display. Dolphin, the GameCube and Wii emulator, has integrated DLP 3D support side by side. And a lot of games look just stunningly beautiful, especially the Mario Galaxy titles. Almost as if it was made for that. The only reason it works is because there's hardware level support for stereoscopy in GameCube. Which a lot of people don't know about, but at one time, well, I fucked myself. Unless it responds. Does it respawn? Please tell me this responds. Oh, thank goodness. That's what you're supposed to do. Well, they really make you work for it, don't they? Is there cake back here? Boo, missed opportunity. Missed opportunity to put cake back there. So there was originally, before the 3DS came out, the same technology that eventually got used in the 3DS display was going to be used in a clip-on GameCube monitor. You know how PS1 had that little add-on flip-up screen for the smaller version of it? So it's like a little LCD monitor for your PS1. They were going to make that for GameCube, but with audio stereoscopy. And to make that work, they planned it into the motherboard. They had a chip whose job it was to produce a side-by-side 3D signal without having any processing overhead on the main CPU or GPU. And because that's emulated in Dolphin 2, tapping into that, making calls to that, is how they're able to translate games into basically perfect. They also use that for the VR mod, actually. You just alter the camera position according to your head. That would have been dope if that came out, but that's also basically just what the 3DS was. As a GameCube with a 3D monitor. Actually, I'm warming up to this. The concept of having to push enemies into spike walls. It's a little repetitive. I wish there were other gimmicks for how you defeat enemies, other than this and the grappling hook. But it's better than just jumping on them. Bitch titties. I wish I hadn't put my flag here. I wish I had not put my flag here. That was a bad place to put my flag. Actually, maybe not. Before a challenge that's likely to kill me. Makes sense, actually. About to use all my flags, so. What was it talking about? Couldn't have been that important. Oh fuck, oh god, oh fucking shit. Okay. Emergency averted. But for how long? This is a suggested place to put a flag. Oh no, it's not. What? What's happening? Curse? What? Well, it's a challenge level and I fucked it up. So there's also challenge levels within levels. I guess this person played Mario Sunshine and thought it was really good, and they're not wrong. It's kind of... They go further. There's like 3 different types of challenge level. There's 4, there's 5. There's also Neon Splash levels and Tower levels. Just, I might regret that. In fact, I already regret that. I can't jump. That's the challenge. That's kind of creative, I guess. It's playing with the mechanics. Seeing if you can do without your powers. Hot damn. That was neat. It didn't overstay its welcome either. And it's kind of one-trick pony. Gotta push him into the hole. That guy goes down the hole. God, I remember, like, for a hot minute when I was in second or third grade, some X or Y, like, go down the hole was the shit. Everybody was repeating it for some reason. I think I traced it back to Tiny Toon Adventures. TP go down the hole. There's a Daffy Duck as a baby flushing toilet paper down the toilet. I don't know why everybody thought that was funny. Everybody my age at that time thought that was like the pinnacle of humor. Fucking humor memes. Shitting dick nipples. God damn it. What am I supposed to do there? Oh, I wish I had not put my flag here. Ooh, I wish I had not put my flag here. Is there a way to skip this? It does not look like there is. No, there's not. I would say, despite the fact this is like a second-rate hat in time, it's worth the money. They're not asking a lot, and it has a lot of content. If you do like this, and you like 3D platformers, you get a lot for your money. It could have just been tightened up a little bit in certain aspects. The gameplay is solid. And they do a lot with the premise. I jumped there. Why can I jump now? I couldn't jump before. Is it because I beat the challenge? So you've been seeing on the news that a bunch of online news companies fired everybody. Have you heard about this? Apparently they're that convinced that ChatGPT is the future. BuzzFeed fired their entire news division. So it's not a question of whether ChatGPT is gonna take jobs. It already is. It already has. And a lot of them. The study I saw, study is a strong word, is the Business Analyst article, said that 1 in 4 companies have already replaced some percentage of workers with ChatGPT, which is alarming. It's like the future is not only now; it's like yesterday. Shit's happening, and it's happening fast, and it is shitty. I can't make a flag. We used up all this. This was why I was. That's another mechanic, is knowing when to use flags. That's what you're supposed to do. I see. I getcha. I pick up what you're laying down, Daddy-o. I'm hip. I dig. And other lingo which has not been relevant for several decades. I will never say bussin', sincerely. I'll never say it and mean it. I'll also never have broccoli hair. You know what the hair makes you into? You're not eye candy, you're eye broccoli. Now you know what time it is. It's time to go back to the hub level and buy that power-up we wanted. We couldn't afford before. Bitch, you know it. I'm warming to this. You know what? Crash Bandicoot was even more stripped down than this. It was even more deficient if you compare it to something like Mario 64, which it wasn't trying to be. It was trying to be like Mario 1 in 3D. This is, if this compares on, oh, I didn't mean to do that, unfavorably, it's only because it's shooting higher. It flies too close to the sun. But it's better than a lot of classic games that we already love. I'm just a snob, I guess, when it comes to... look, you can see our walk cycle frames in the background. That's a good way to repurpose artwork. This is a good game. It's just like a 7 or 8 out of 10. I want to say a 7. It's made better by the fact that it's really ambitious in terms of how much content and how many things to do there are within the game and how it plays with the different mechanics. It's less ambitious in terms of the music and the writing, and certain things could have been improved, like the art quality. Where was the shop I went to? A little privacy, please. Dang, just want to take a quick peek. What is this? What is this? Knock before entering. What was she doing in there? Dare I ask? Probably better than I not know. What's with that fucking Splatoon music, by the way? The squid voices. Does this take place within Splatoon? Was it here? No, it's the mummy guy. There's so much going on. There's so many layers of mechanics, which I guess I can give it my seal of approval because of that. Because it makes up for its deficiencies in being very expansive in other areas, beyond even what better games were attempting to do. Okay, the sign tells you who's in what shop. I should have paid attention to that. There we go. Now the serpent mode works better. It does handle better. Oh, Slimantha! My waifu. Oh my gosh, Beaves, get over here and pick. Los Diablos. I already did this. Cool, cool. I didn't take any pictures to show off. I should probably... Like I said, there's so many mechanics, I'm neglecting most of them. Is that a plus or a minus? It could be more focused, but I feel weird complaining about a game having too much stuff to do. Like, if you don't like one of the mechanics... It throws a lot of stuff at the wall and doesn't seem to... I mean, I don't know if quantity equals quality. It certainly makes it a value. Like, if you don't like one mechanic, you're liable to find something you like in here. I don't know if that's a recommendation or not. I'd like to build my fort under here. Why don't I do that? You still got the electric bike? Yes, I do. Why? It's still going strong, which, thank God, because that was an $800 battery. I'm not looking forward to replacing that. And it's 52 volts, so when the day comes that I really have to replace it, I can just replace it with a smaller 52 volt battery. And it won't have the same range, but it will have the same power. What's up, Smithroni? Sure shows a late point to join in. What's down here? I forget. Oh, that just takes you to the underworld. Which I guess we're already in the underworld. It's confusing. Hope I didn't ignore your message for too long. Hope you didn't leave. What's in here? Oh yeah, this guy. Oh, this just tells you which levels you've done so far. I haven't done these ones. Cool, cool, cool. What do I get when I come back having done them all? Flash Mandoki. You want to ask me a question about my e-bike or not? Have you already left? Did I ignore the chat for too long? I hope not. I don't like anyone to miss getting their questions answered. Okay, why is that there if you can't do that? Come on, platform. I guess I can't just wait for it. Well, I guess they left. What have I been doing with that e-bike? I've been adding shit to it recently. I'm planning to have another epic e-bike summer this summer. Oh. It is. What I want to do is add a buck converter to down convert the 52 volts to 12 volts, so I don't have to have a separate battery pack to power like a headlight on it, because that's turning out to be a huge bother. I have a separate 4-cell lithium-ion pack just for accessories, and that doesn't seem to reliably charge. What else? I repressurized the tires. I took it out for. I remounted the rear wheel. Turns out I'm a dummy. I knew nothing about building e-bikes, or actually, that's not true. I knew quite a bit about not this frame though. I was a newbie to the enduro frame when I built this bike, and I made a lot of mistakes. But the bike kind of worked anyway, so I didn't realize I'd made a mistake and it could work better until I looked at how other people put this together, and I had the rear wheel on wrong. It's hard to explain how I did it wrong, but it was not right. It was not correct. Things didn't rotate correctly. The rear disc brake was not aligned correctly, so I had to put spacers in. It's like putting a Band-Aid on the problem without really understanding what the cause was. So I took the spacers out. I mounted the fork the way that it was supposed to be. I put the wheel on, and then the everything just clicked into place and worked properly for the first time. Now I think the next step is to finally put a chain on it. I haven't had a chain on it this entire time, which is dangerous because if I get caught by the cops, they can confiscate my bike if it doesn't have a functioning pedal drive. That's actually part of the law. Must have a functioning pedal drive. There's like a laser guide, a grid projector for night riding. I think it might be cool to have. Oh yeah, it's nobody. I wish you could show you that. Some guy just welded bus bars on a battery pack without insulating them, so everything is every cell shorted with every other cell. I have no idea how it didn't get really hot, or maybe it did and he just ignored it. Everyone in the thread was like, do not charge that. Also, do not discharge that. Don't look at it. Don't breathe in any fumes which may be coming from it. Find a safe place to dispose of that battery and start over. So I got camera glasses. I got a good deal on camera glasses. I paid 1/3 MSRP, which I'm going to use this summer to record some POV footage of me riding my e-bike in the woods for my channel. I'm going to add some mods to it. I want to add more storage. I want there to be a place to put a extension cable on it so I can carry that with me without putting it in my backpack. I actually had to rely on it recently when my car wasn't operational. I was suddenly forced to rely on my e-bike for the first, which is what it's supposed to be for. It's supposed to be a backup for my car. I'm like, I actually had to use it. It doesn't have any storage. It's not a cargo bike. I had to use my backpack. But I was putting groceries in my backpack and biking them. And it worked not too bad. It worked okay. I was like, I could see how, I mean, it's been so long since I had to do that. When I lived in Florida, I relied on my e-bike for everything. Everything. Commuting to classes on campus, shopping, leisure, and that was a shit e-bike. That was a shit e-bike. That was a lead acid bike that could accommodate 2 battery packs. Are you ready? Each battery pack was rated for about 8 miles when it was brand new. And pretty quickly, within like the first month or two of usage, they fall by 50% capacity. And then they slowly decrease in capacity for the following 6 months after that, and then you have to replace it. So for most of the time I owned it, each battery would get me about 4 miles before it was completely depleted. And only when it's brand new could I do reasonably. I think that's because I used the full capacity. And when you fully deplete a lead acid battery, it greatly diminishes the lifespan. So those were shit e-bikes. Heavy lead batteries, 8 miles a pack that you're not supposed to use all of. So really, ideally, you would only be using 4 miles of range to get the most longevity out of the pack anyway. So 8 miles total, which is a good idea to have 2 packs because you're going to run out unexpectedly no matter what. And when you run out, you're like, okay, I'm done riding for today, and you use the second battery to get yourself home. It guarantees that no matter how far you went, you're never more than 4 miles away from your home. And you might think you can't use that kind of range for anything. 4 miles is more than you think it is. If you're like 1 mile away from school and 1 mile away from a grocery store, then 4 miles is all that you need in a day, realistically. But that's how bad e-bikes were before lithium batteries. That's how unbelievably atrocious the range and battery longevity was. The only upside was it cost about $180 for a new battery pack. So it wasn't too bad to replace. But now I have like a 40-mile range, so it's not too shabby either. I mean, lithium ion is a big, big step up in the world. It's like a 10 times range increase. That's if I ride it responsibly, though. Usually I ride it really hard, in which case it's like down to 25, 30 miles. That's with an $800 fucking battery pack that I'll never be able to afford again. I only could afford it the first time because of crypto. Luck has been pretty kind to me. Anyway, it's past 11 o'clock. It's quitting time. I just was thinking out loud. What other projects can I do this summer for the channel involving maybe my e-bike or something I've already built? I could do a video on my solar-powered, air-conditioned helmet, which I used to use for my scooter. I don't think I've done that. I could put like a heads-up display on it, I guess. I don't know what I would even use that for. I don't know if you've looked in smart glasses. Most smart glasses are just useless novelties right now. They don't even work well. Like the one, the best one I've seen that has a laser refraction or has like a little reflective part in the lens that has to be matched precisely to your interpupillary distance. It shoots a laser beam off that into your eyeball. And it just gives you like notifications and turn-by-turn directions. And it's like, that's not worth $700, bro. It's like 8 hours battery life. And it's not even full augmented reality. The full AR glasses have 30 minutes battery life. And they're even more expensive. It really raises the question of, without drastically better batteries, what the point is going to be of products like that. But that would actually be boss to have as a cyclist, having turn-by-turn directions. But the thing is, you can already kind of do that with just earbuds. And mounting the phone to your handlebars is a much cheaper, if less futuristic solution. Ain't no thing but a chicken. Ask me anytime. I went through a whole ass journey assembling that e-bike from scratch. I mean from scratch, too. I built it from the ground up. The frame was a kit. So I bought the kit to put together the frame. Then I bought the fork, and I bought all the other parts that you need to build the bike. I bought the shock separately. For the rear shock was a separate piece. I bought the wheels separately. I bought the tires separately. I had to learn everything myself, which I guess it's worth it and it's not. It's what you miss is that it's a huge ordeal. You make mistakes that are sometimes costly and you can scrape your fingers and bleed. You have to buy all your own tools. You have to buy a lot of specialty tools to put together specific parts of the bike. The upside, and the only real reason you might want to go through all this trouble, is you know every inch of the bike. You know every nut and every bolt by heart. So you know how to do all the repairs that you might ever have to do on your bike. You never have to rely on anyone else for repairs because you are the one who built everything in the first place. So you know all the parts, where every part is, what they all do, what can go wrong with the bike, and what to do when that happens. That's the real value in building your bike. You don't save as much money as you might think. I thought I was saving a bunch of money. I would say I saved about $1,000, which is a lot of money, but it was a $2.5 bike if you include the cost of the tools. I would say I spent $200-300 just in tools and extra parts, and I spent the rest of it on the parts for the bike itself. So your mileage may vary. You can. I guess I'm wrong to say you don't save that much. It is significant savings. But it's a huge... It took me like a year, combined with all the tutorials, to learn everything I needed to know to put a bike together. And I still didn't put the chain on. I still haven't learned how to use the chain tool. So, if that sounds appealing to you, if you want a backup vehicle for your car that you know how to fix every part of yourself, you're willing to buy a lot of tools and learn a lot of stuff, it's hard but not impossible to electrify folding bikes, you know. They make small, compact kits just for that purpose. That's one of the best values because you can take a folding e-bike on the plane. You can take a folding e-bike on the bus. You can take a folding e-bike in your car in the back in the trunk. I can't put my e-bike in the trunk. It's a big, heavy son of a bitch. It's really big and heavy. I can't even lift it fully myself, so I can't put it on the front of a bus. I could use it on the train, but that's it. I didn't think of that when I was building it. I thought, here's what happened. Struggling along with such shitty, ancient e-bike technology in Florida for so long gave me needs. I had yearnings. I yearned for a monster e-bike with unlimited range and power, because those lead-acid battery bikes struggled even to climb a hill. I wanted a powerful e-bike with all the bells and whistles. I never thought, do I really want that because I want it, or do I want it just because the grass is always greener? Once I'd actually built it, I realized I can't do a lot of stuff with this bike that I wanted to. I would have been better off with a smaller folding bike. Not a scooter. I had a scooter for a while. I sold it because a scooter has tiny diameter wheels and no real shock absorption. And a lot of the paved paths around here have big cracks and bumps because of root damage from nearby trees. And that is really uncomfortable and unsafe to drive over those at any speed on a scooter. So I need a bike because I need the shock absorption and I need the big diameter wheels. But it could have been something more sensible. What I really could have used is a e-bike that I could fold up and put in the trunk of my car. Because here's why. Without that, you're limited to only the trails which you can reach with the bike itself on the bike's existing range. And then you got to be able to make it all the way back too. Whereas if you can take your bike places in your car, then you can reach a fuckload more trails with it. You see where I'm going with this? And you can recharge it from the car as you drive. So if I had it all to do over again, I would have gotten like a fat tire, maybe not fat tire, but a mountain bike tire folding bike, just so I could actually transport it comfortably and take it to more than like 2 or 3 different trails that I'm able to reach. I can't really afford to do it over again, but for anyone listening to this, if you have a car and you're considering building an e-bike or buying one, make sure it folds. You don't want the really tiny diameter wheels because they don't. Also, you got to make sure it has front and rear shock absorption. That's much more important than you think it is because it spares damage to the spokes over time. I've had to re-spoke my wheels twice so far because they just get damaged a lot. In my case, that's because it's a really big, heavy bike with a heavy battery, and it's much more force. It's much more impact force when you hit a bump with the weight of the bike on the spokes than they were designed for. So when I re-spoked it, I had double thickness spokes installed, and I haven't had any problems since then. Just be aware of that, though. That your e-bike greatly increases utility if you can transport it in a car. Well, here's my advice, Flashman Doki. Go to lunacycle.com. Lunacycle has everything, and their prices are very fair, very reasonable. All their batteries are hand-built in the USA from quality Japanese or South Korean cells. They're not paying me to shill them. I shill them to everybody free of charge because they have the best customer service I've ever seen. They were my number one information resource, and I'm not saying like they linked me to a FAQ or anything. They personally walked me through steps I didn't understand and how to put together the frame, along with pictures. Some of it was pre-assembled instructions they had made for other customers, but they talked to me. They actually talk to you, and they have back and forth. They help you with everything. They sell every shape and format of battery. They sell every voltage of battery. They sell triangle packs. They sell mini cube packs. They sell shark packs of 48 volt, 52 volt, 72 volt. They sell Surons. They're a distributor for Suron in the United States if you wanted to get one of those. I don't recommend them because, like I said, that's too close to a motorcycle and it loses a lot of the utility of a bike, which is that you can transport it in the car. A folding bike anyway. They have kits, every kit you could possibly want. And they're nice people. They're honest people. They don't gouge you. They charge very reasonable prices for very high quality hand built battery packs and other components. That's all I'm gonna say. Unpaid advertisement over. Go to lunacycle.com. You don't have to tell them I sent you. They'll probably know anyway. I recommend them to anybody. So that's all for this time. Get at me again on Friday, same ham time, same ham channel. That's 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. This is Hamdad signing off and returning you to your to go visit lunacycle.com, I guess.